about how do you get most out of your meetings with Microsoft Teams. I'm Anshuman Mansingh. I am a partner technology architect with Microsoft OCP. First of all, a little bit about myself. I'm an architect here at Microsoft for the One Commercial Partner team um, for Modern Workplace. Prior to that, I was a technology strategist for services and channel partners, wherein my core role was to go ahead and help our partners grow and also maintain the technical sanity of the relationship between Microsoft and the partners. Prior to that, I was in the field sales team here at Microsoft as a TSP or Technology Solutions Professional, again specializing for modern workplace and intelligent cloud. And prior to that, I did consulting as a partner technical consultant here at Microsoft for business productivity. Again, the same technologies, modern workplace, Office 365, and also the on-prem server versions of the core technologies involved in Office 365. Let's take a look at how meeting needs are changing. The way we work has evolved. We're seeing a shift in working styles across the workforce towards a more collaborative and transparent and a more team-based way of working. Employees that we talk to report that they are on twice as many teams as they were 5 years ago. Um, and with this recent trend in teamwork, transparency, and inclusive decision making, it makes sense that workers today spend more than 80% of their time at work in collaborative activities like meetings or on calls and so on. With this kind of changing workplace culture dynamics, this enhanced the need for connecting. On an average, an information worker would see himself or herself as part of around 10 meetings per week. And we see individuals in larger organizations who would report that they meet upwards of 11 people in a single particular meeting. Um, Information workers are spending over 50% of their time or 50% of the meetings on collaboration or status meetings because the need to connect and need to keep themselves informed has become so much more important. The workspace in which we have this kind of meetings and conversations are also changing. The office spaces that we now encounter have trended towards more open or more flexible floor plans to encourage communications among the employees and also encourage collaboration. And on the downside, it can also make it hard to host small meetings or take phone calls. And it is almost universally difficult to find available meeting spaces. So as a result of that, offices have begun to build spaces for small groups to meet or make phone calls, including huddle spaces or informal meeting areas, focus rooms, or cafe spaces and etc. And these are some of the factors that will be key in our minds when we are conversing with our customers on the value of teams, the value that teams brings in to their environment. Over the past few years, we have taken a look at organizations which have achieved an overall higher productivity and competitiveness. What we have noticed is that the more progressive organizations tend to proactively align their technology investments with a formal telecommuting policy. They report higher satisfaction and productivity in their meetings. And we have also noticed that these are the organizations wherein we see a higher adoption of technology within the meetings. For example, digital whiteboards or digital notes or video and screen sharing to facilitate the meeting. We did a recent survey among attendees of meetings. On an average, an attendee would attend around 10 meetings per week. During these meetings, what we have noticed is around 60% of them walk away stressed and unsatisfied with the kind of meetings that they have had. 57% of them say that the meetings were unproductive. Nearly all meetings that we have fit into 5 simple categories. Either they could be status meetings or collaboration meetings or sharing meetings or customer meetings or formal meetings. Most of these meetings, 50% of them, are either status meetings or collaboration meetings. There are multiple tools which are used across meeting types. Outlook remains the number one tool leveraged for scheduling meetings, for example. But the need for additional tools to help facilitate meetings is always required, such as tools to share content, tools to read emails, tools for taking notes, tools for whiteboarding. Those are always required. If you talk about the stresses that our attendees face, those could be spread across 3 phases: pre-meeting, during the meeting, and post-meeting. If you talk about pre-meeting phases, most of us have come across while these situations, while we are scheduling meetings, for example, we find people are disorganized, unstructured, unprepared before they come to the meeting. People are often late to the meeting, or people lack the awareness of what the meeting's agenda is, and who are the attendees, or it has often been difficult for us, if there are multiple people involved, to find a common calendar spot in all of their calendars to schedule a meeting. All of us have faced that situation. Now, during the meetings, we have often seen meetings not starting on time, people arriving late, people often have accessibility problems because of language barriers if you are having meetings over multiple geographic regions. Most of the time, there is this human element that is missing are the online meetings. And we have also faced situations wherein there are technical issues in, let's say, connecting to a meeting, or things like connecting your meeting room systems to a particular meeting. And if you have remote participants in such kind of meetings where you face a lot of technical issues, they feel isolated and exasperated because of these technical difficulties. Now, post-meeting, you would have problems. Attendees would have problems in finding content of why the meeting happened and the content that was shared during the meeting, or finding a summary or key takeaways. Not everybody may be communicated on time, and that may be exasperating or have a negative experience on attendees who were part of the meeting. People often forget action items that they have to follow up on, and then there is always that issue of, if someone missed a meeting, they don't get the context, the summary, and the action items, and that is a big issue that attendees have pointed out to us as factors that add to stresses of meetings that they have today. have always been the cornerstone of teamwork. People who are dependent on each other uh, for achieving shared goals, or inevitably have to gather some way or the other to connect, to align, and to drive progress. Here are some numbers to consider. 56% of the meetings have at least one remote attendee. 33% of the meetings are 100% virtual in nature. 38% of remote attendees join via a mobile. Now, because of the kind of meetings we have, there is a lot of opportunity for noise to arise. In the form of unprepared attendees, or the fact that no context was shared before the meeting, or distractions, or remote attendees not feeling included, or lack of follow through after the meeting. In online meetings, people typically struggle for paying attention because of digital distractions. You have your mobile, you take it out, you see a message, you tend to reply to it, and then it goes on downhill from there off. Um, you also have multitasking related distractions, poor sound and video quality that could be a distraction. It is possible that you will be disengaged altogether because of these distractions. And the value of the meeting therefore reduces or diminishes if important things like insights and decisions and action items fall between the cracks from one meeting to the next. And then that's why the question arises, are teams getting most out of the meetings that they do? That's what we have to go ahead and answer for our customer. Taking a segue from that most important previous question, are teams getting most out of their meetings? What is it that we are looking for? What we are looking for in online meetings is that unique end-to-end experience that brings back the human element of face-to-face interactions while helping people stay focused before, during, and after the meetings. Now, how does Teams help you here? Teams is a hub for teamwork, bringing everything together in a shared workspace where people can chat, call, share files, work with business applications, and yes, hold effective meetings while making sure that you have that unique end-to-end experience that we look for. And because Microsoft Teams is a part of Office 365, it comes with that enterprise-grade security, compliance, and manageability that our customers expect and value. Now let's take a look at how Microsoft Teams is making meetings and calling more simple. Um, it is going to provide you with a consistent experience no matter what platform you use. So there is no learning curve involved if you switch from one platform to another. It is intelligent, it is inclusive. Also, it is easy and secure to join and use. We're going to go ahead and expand on these points as we go over the next few slides. In one of the previous slides, we talked about the stresses that are faced by an average attendee before a meeting, during a meeting, and after a meeting. Let's try to solve. Now, before a meeting, our most important goal is to give our participants a context of why the meeting is happening. You could be working on a presentation or trying to keep your participants informed. Microsoft Teams can give you that single place wherein you can go ahead and store all meeting related items and give your participants a proper context, or keep them on the same page. Now, during the meeting, you have to make sure that everyone's voice is heard, whether he or she is sitting right across the conference table or somewhere around the globe. Once a meeting begins, people can use a variety of features that are available in Microsoft Teams that help them focus their attention. or drive engagement, or foster inclusion, such as high fidelity audio and video that comes as part of the Microsoft Teams service, or live captions and translations to foster inclusiveness if there are multiple languages or language barriers that exist, or you have co-authoring apps, or digital whiteboard to foster collaboration and sharing ideas. And also you have the ability to blur the background so that you can also go ahead and get rid of distractions in the background. That's something that Microsoft Teams provides you with. Now, after the meeting, a meeting is as good as the content that is produced during the meeting. For example, key things like action items or notes or follow-ups that happen after the meeting. What Microsoft Teams helps you with is to go ahead and create these assets. Like, for example, you can go ahead and create recordings, you can create notes, you can create and save the digital whiteboard. You can go ahead and store the files in the same place where the meeting happened. You have your chats to go ahead and look back into after the meeting. So that's something which remains persistent, and helps you with providing a context for the next meeting that you may have. And that's how Microsoft Teams helps you. Provides what we call one modern meeting experience. It basically consists of 4 components. We have online meetings, which basically includes support for all types of spontaneous or scheduled meetings with internal or external attendees. Whether you're at your desk or in your room or on the go, with full WebRTC and web meeting support. Teams is also a great tool for meetings with external customers and partners. We also have live events. Live events are designed for team-wide communications, as well as webinar or one-to-many style of knowledge sharing at scale. We integrate with Microsoft Stream for built-in support for cloud storage of meeting recordings, as well as video content management. We then have audio conferencing, because PSTN telephony still remains the lifeline for many businesses. Microsoft's cloud audio conferencing service augments Teams meeting experience. It is right now commercially available in 73 countries. We have dial-in numbers for 90 countries and dial-out numbers for 190 countries. We also have Teams devices, thanks to our partners. Teams also comes with a vibrant ecosystem of certified devices and video interop solutions. With these devices, you can augment communication across all spectrum of shared and personal devices. In one of the previous slides, we had this question: are teams getting most out of their meetings? Microsoft Teams enables you to get the most out of your meetings. It provides you essentially with 4 different pillars that you leverage to get most out of your meetings. The first pillar that we have is a meeting lifecycle. The meeting lifecycle enables you to glean and share insights, history, and context for your team's meetings. It also helps you to keep everyone in the know for every meeting. It helps you to easily take notes, track action items, and share status updates. Also, you have cloud recording and searchable transcripts, which means that you can easily catch if you missed a meeting. And now the second pillar is easy, high quality experiences. Microsoft Teams provides you with that. We take quality very seriously with Teams meetings. Teams is a completely redesigned platform that leverages proven cloud technologies that deliver a high quality meeting experience, which works every time. We also have in-product telemetry and feedback mechanisms that allows us to constantly tweak and fine-tune the meeting service, the shipping quality, bringing in improvements every 2 weeks. We also provide you with the ability to meet and collaborate where your files and applications live. We have built-in Office 365 applications, which will help you to collaborate and co-author documents in real time in Teams meetings. With Microsoft Teams, you also have the ability to participate like you are in a room. No matter where you are, you could be on the go, you could be at your desk, you could be in a conference room. Teams meetings are very easy to join, no matter what device you use, no matter what platform you're using. You have the same meeting experience across all platforms without any learning curve. Microsoft Teams Rooms provide you with a one-touch meeting join experience. For conference rooms. So that also adds to the ease of joining meetings no matter where you are, if you're using conference rooms. The third pillar that we need to discuss is that Teams meetings are intelligent and inclusive in nature. Let's take a look at some of these examples. For instance, when you are in a Teams meeting, whether you are in a noisy environment or maybe facing language barriers because of the spoken language in the Teams meeting, you can follow up with real-time live captions that get generated in Teams meetings. And also because of the transcripts being generated automatically and being stored, you can, after the meeting, go ahead and search with keywords and names or phrases and then across all the meetings that have been memorialized because of the stored transcripts. Secondly, most online meetings, as we have noticed, may have at least one remote attendee, and often remote attendees can feel left out. Especially when it comes to things like sharing of ideas in activities like whiteboarding, the traditional way. But with the integration of Microsoft Whiteboard, what we can do is we can make sure that even remote attendees can go ahead and participate in such kind of idea sharing activities. They can easily go ahead and share notes or file items while being part of the meeting. Also, what we have seen is video meetings are becoming more and more norm of today's types of meetings. Many times people choose not to turn on their webcams, as we have noticed, because the place they're in or the background, which they fear might cause a distraction. But with Microsoft Teams, we have the ability to go ahead and blur your background or replace it with custom images. Or things like your company's logo or your favorite vacation destination or your favorite sports team. It helps you to make meetings much more personalized and also helps you minimize distractions. Last but not least, Teams meetings are now more secure and manageable. Teams is built on top of Office 365, and the security and compliance services that you have come to expect from Office 365 services are also honored in Teams. Features such as legal hold, e-discovery, retention hold, and others are also made available in Teams and is honored through Teams meetings as well. Allowing you and your organization to be part of Teams meetings with confidence. Secondly, audio conferencing allows you to dial into a Teams meeting. There are times when internet connectivity might be lacking and you can then use PSTN services. Like we discussed earlier in a slide, audio conferencing is commercially available in 72 countries. We have dial-in numbers available for 90 countries and 400 cities, and dial-out support is available for over 190 countries. And IVR support is available in 44 languages and dialects. Um, Teams is more than a chat, collab, or meeting solution. It also comes with a fully integrated calling experience. We have something called phone system, which you can go ahead and use to either manage your own existing lines with direct routing, or make Microsoft your provider with calling plans. We have calling plans available in over 11 countries. Either way, Teams manages your calling experience with full PSTN support. Last but not least, Teams does support a broad ecosystem of devices that complement Teams meetings and calling experiences. Our partners have created a range of great hardware devices that runs our native Teams applications to offer end users a consistent experience. We also support cloud video interrupt solutions that allows you to support existing meeting room investments that your customer may have made with third-party services available through Poly, Pexip, or BlueJeans. So these are the four pillars that help you get the most out of your meetings through Microsoft Teams. Now let's take a look at how Teams provides a consistent experience across platforms and devices. Let's expand into it a little bit with 4 points. First of all, Teams provides you with a simple and fluid experience across all endpoints. You can enjoy that familiar and consistent experience across mobile, across desktop, across web, across room devices or desk phones if you're using them. No matter which device you use, which platform you use, you have the same UI with the same buttons and same layouts. So there is no learning curve. So it's a simple and fluid experience that your users will be able to instantly understand when they log in. Secondly, you have the ability to easily schedule and start and join a particular meeting. You can start things like one-on-one or group video calls anytime, or start a meetup in a channel if you are part of one. You can also go ahead and schedule channel or private meetings in Teams using Outlook. You also have the ability to easily go ahead and invite external partners and customers if you work with such kind of attendees. You can invite them as federated or guest by using email and manage them in the meeting lobby as well. You have those controls as well available to you. You also have the ability to do a web-based join using popular web browsers like Chrome or Edge. So if you do not have the desktop version of Teams installed, you don't have to worry. You can still go ahead and use your browser to join the Teams meeting, and gives you that simple, fluidic experience with the same layouts and same UI and everything. So there's no learning curve as well. You also with Teams get a worldwide coverage, including audio conferencing. We had discussed audio conferencing a little while earlier, so that is also made available to you. You can communicate broadly with live event as well. You can go ahead and conduct live events to reach out to 10,000 plus attendees at a single go. So that is also made available to you. Thirdly, Teams provides you with a great on-the-go experience using mobile. You can go ahead and join on-the-go meetings with one click. um, and you can also go ahead and use features like call me back if you are in a situation wherein you are not able to join the meeting, and you would want the meeting to call you back to on your cell to help you join the meeting. So you have those abilities as well. You can go ahead and do activities that you usually do on a desktop through your mobile Teams experience as well. You can collaborate via mobile using things like screen share, or using things like live camera, feed share, or going ahead and sharing a PowerPoint presentation as you would do on desktop. You can go ahead and do the same things on Teams as well on a mobile device. Last but not least, Teams provides you with a range of platforms and devices that we support. You can choose from a room portfolio covering a spectrum of space types, from small spaces like a huddle room to large spaces like a boardroom. We have devices that we make available to our customers like Surface Hub or Skype Room systems, and a range of devices that we will talk later in the slideshow as well, for group or personal use. Here's another example of how Teams is optimized for mobile and how easy it is to share images. You can just simply take a photo and start presenting after you see a preview, and the photo is presented just like as you would see on your phone, across all platforms and devices that are being used in the meeting. So you can see from the images that the photo as it was taken on the phone appears in the same way on a laptop that is being used in the meeting. Now, we have discussed that Teams meetings are intelligent and inclusive. Let's go ahead and dig a little deeper into what that statement actually means. We have discussed that no matter what platform you use, you are able to go ahead and share things like your desktop, your applications, your PowerPoint, or even your video. Across multiple platforms and devices with the same consistent experience. What Teams allows you to do is to align your meetings with the meetings life cycle that we discussed earlier. Going ahead and solving and mitigating those problems and stresses that attendees face before, during, or after the meeting. You have things like automatic live captions and searchable transcripts for meetings that get generated automatically if you want. And what then happens is, because these transcripts are automatically stored, you can go ahead and search through them using things like names, phrases, action words, or keywords. You can search through all the meetings that are memorialized because of the automatically stored transcripts that are there for meetings. You also have the ability to go ahead and record, and these recordings are stored in the cloud. We use Microsoft Stream for playback. But what that means is you can also go ahead and view those recordings across multiple platforms, even if you are on the go, not in office, at your desk or your room. So if there is an attendee, if someone has missed the meeting, they can get complete context through the recorded meetings. And also the fact that the file items, the action items, the insights and content that is generated in the meeting are all stored in the same place. So you have the recording and all the content in the same place, so anybody who has missed the meeting can simply go ahead and take a look at them to get a proper context for the next meeting that is going to happen. We also have gone ahead and integrated Microsoft Whiteboard into Teams meetings, which allows remote attendees and attendees who are present in the room to go ahead and share their ideas easily. so that nobody feels left out. Everybody's voice is heard, Microsoft Whiteboard is a great way to go ahead and let that happen. Also, because video meetings are becoming more and more norm of the day, um, people now go ahead and expect certain meetings to have video calling, so that we get that ability to have that same factor, same human factor, as we have in a face-to-face interaction. But most of the times, people on the go are hesitant to share their video because of the background they may be present in. They may be present at their home or on a cafe or in an airport, and the background is something that may distract other members in a meeting. And for them, we have the ability to go ahead and do something called background blur, or replace your background with custom images, which allows the meetings to uh, get more personalized, while removing the distractions that may happen because of people being on the go and sharing video. Now, we have discussed that Teams meetings are easy and secure to join and use. Let's get a little deeper into what essentially. There are 3 points that we need to discuss. Teams is designed for mobility. What it essentially means is there are features like seamless handover from Wi-Fi network to cellular network if you're on a meeting and on the go, so you don't face an interruption. You have better video loss recovery mechanisms as well. You also have adaptive audio video experiences over variable bandwidth network. So if you're moving from a high bandwidth network to a low bandwidth network, your video is automatically optimized without you facing an interruption. So that is something that Teams provides you with, which works well when you are mobile. Um, Secondly, you have network and device resiliency. What it means is, let's take a look at some of these examples. You have a more robust support for audio video device failure recoveries with Teams meetings now. You also have more robust support for software codec failover with a dynamic device blacklist. Um, we also go ahead and support media over HTTP to better traverse through things like corporate proxies, and even when Office 365 IP ranges are involved. Um, we also provide you with automatic roaming and reconnect support across all endpoints in case of network switches, and things like transient network glitches that may happen. These are some of the things that you may have faced as an engineer while deploying any content sharing solution or web meeting solution at your customer place, and which Teams goes ahead and proactively mitigates and solves. We also provide you with an intelligent user-facing diagnostic capability. We have the ability to go ahead and do smart device selection. You can go ahead and automatically pick the right audio video device for the user. You can also go ahead and do things like letting the users know that when they are speaking, their mic might be mute. Most of the times we have faced this issue that we might be replying to a question that was posed to us in a meeting, but we forget that we may have muted our mics. And the Teams lets you know if you're speaking while you're on the mute. It pops up a notification that says, hey, you know what, you are speaking, but do you know your mic is on mute? So the user goes ahead and unmutes his or her mic. Also, the teams have advanced capability to go ahead and suggest the user certain changes to make sure that his or her meeting experience remains unaffected. For example, if he or she is moving from from a high bandwidth network to a low bandwidth network, um, the teams does make suggestions to improve meeting experience, like things like turning off your video. So it does do that if you are moving in a poor network area. Teams also has ability to go ahead and avoid echoes, which again we face in our web meetings. It prompts the users to join muted or avoid the echo chamber experiences. It automatically detects that and goes ahead and throws notifications to affected users. So that is something that Teams does too. Here's a look at some of the screenshots that we have from mobile device about those notification pop-ups that we just discussed about. For example, there are notifications related to low battery, notifications related to poor network. The mobile is asking you to turn off the video. It also has the ability to auto reconnect if you're moving from one network to another, or if you have had an interruption in your network. The feature to call me back if you are roaming and probably maybe roaming across the globe and you do not have an international plan, you can go ahead and ask the team meeting to call you back and by just entering your number. That's something that I have used personally a lot of times, and it has been of a great help. Um, and you have the ability to dial in as well. So if you do not have proper internet connection and you would want to go ahead and use PSTN services, you can go ahead and dial in um, into meeting rooms. Now let's take a look at how Teams helps you, to join a meeting with confidence. Um, Teams meeting infrastructure or service that we have provides you with a next gen infra and a global footprint. Our infrastructure is based on the global Azure-based, highly resilient infrastructure, which we use for our other cloud services, and the resiliency is provided through that. We have millions of miles of fiber running across thousands of CPU cores with 1500 plus peering agreements that is made available through Teams service. Um, we have Team service available to over 90% of the internet connected population across the planet. We have intelligent cloud and intelligent edge serving you as part of team service, which provides you with better audio video sharing quality. You can go ahead and make use of high fidelity screen share using 1080p or 15 fps. We also support dynamic regionally hosted meetings. We have media relays that enable optimal media audio video sharing. Um, uh, so that is something that is made available that the team service uses to make your meeting experience more confident. Um, Along with that, Teams is built on top of Office 365. So the Office 365 compliance and security and manageability options and features are something that is honored across Teams as well. We have something called meetings policy through the modern portal, and which you can go ahead and use through PowerShell as well. That allows you to go ahead and set up policies for your team's meetings. We have device policy and management as you have with Office 365, which is honored across teams as well. We have things like e-discovery, litigation hold. That is something that you can go ahead and use vis-a-vis Microsoft Teams as well. Um, Along with that, we have also made available troubleshooting options. You have a call quality dashboard which has KPIs with near real-time telemetry. We have call analytics that enables you to go ahead and troubleshoot call quality. We also have a tenant-based monitoring, and proactive tenant outreach that is made through messaging center that is part of the portal. We also have optimized ISP experiences. We leverage analysis of network statistics of consumer calls that happen through Skype all over the world, and use that data to identify ISP peering problems and engage these ISPs to resolve those issues for you, so that you have a consistent Teams experience as well. That is something that we go ahead and do. We discussed about meeting policies in one of the previous slides. Let's delve a little deeper into what meeting policies are. Here's a screenshot from the portal to manage Teams, and the meeting policies that we see are spread across three broad classifications. You have meeting policies related to scheduling, you have meeting policies related to audio and video, and you have meeting policies related to participants and guests. When it comes to scheduling, the meeting policies allow you to, do things like enable or disable Meet Now. You can go ahead and enable or disable Outlook add-ins. You can control whether users have the capability to use channel meeting scheduling or scheduling of private meetings. You can go ahead and set up meeting policies related to that when it comes to scheduling. When it comes to audio and video, you can control things like whether you would want to go ahead and allow transcript, allow recording, or whether you would want to go ahead and allow video. You can also go ahead and set up bandwidth limits. You can also go ahead and configure content sharing. You can go ahead and control nitty-gritties like whether you would have the users or you would want to go ahead and enable the users to go ahead and share entire screen, or whether they have the ability to go ahead and share only an app or disable that completely. You have the ability to go ahead and control, enable or disable whether the feature that allows requesting control is made available to the users or not, and you can control whether it is available for internal or external users. You can also go ahead and enable and disable PowerPoint sharing or whiteboards and shared notes, so you can go ahead and control all of that experience as well in meeting policies. With meeting policies, you also have the ability to go ahead and control what participants and guests can do in a meeting. You can enable or disable anonymous users to do things like dial out or go ahead and start meetings. You can also go ahead and enable or disable whether participants and guests are automatically admitted to settings like you have controls like whether you would want everyone to be automatically admitted to meetings, or only restricted to those in your organization, or only restrict to those in your organization and those users which are federated to your organization. So you can control all of that using meeting policies. To delve into the content that we're going to share along with meetings, we do have documentation how to go ahead and set a meeting. So you can go ahead and after this particular session take a look at these links and take a look at the meeting policies and how to configure them. Now let us talk about Teams devices. Teams supports a broad ecosystem of devices that complement your Teams meeting experience and also calling experience. Um, you have devices the likes of Teams desk phones, headsets, mobile phone stations, or speaker box, to things like Skype room systems, conference room phones, or an interactive whiteboard. Our partners have created a great range of hardware devices that runs native Teams applications to offer a consistent. Um, in addition, we also offer a support for cloud video interop solutions that allows you to support existing meeting room investments that you may have with third-party services available through Poly, Pexip, and BlueJeans. We have come to an end of this session. Let us know if you have any questions, and thank you for sitting through this session. Let us know your feedback, and let us know if you would want us to go ahead and cover any additional topics and write to us, and we will be able to go ahead and schedule sessions based on the feedback that you provide. Thank you, and have a good day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar on Teams Developer Platform Custom Solutions Use Case Scenarios. So, my name is Mita Balgopalan, and I work as a consultant here in Microsoft. So, without much further ado, let's get into the capabilities of Microsoft Teams as a COVID. So, what makes Teams as number one choice to build your apps on? Let's get into the details of it. The first reason being the effortless discovery aspect. Each of your employees already has access to Microsoft Teams because they use it as one of the primary platforms where they collaborate and communicate. So it's very intuitive for you to leverage an existing platform to float your app or service. So it makes it much easier rather than setting up your app and then searching for the user base for it. So that's the primary reason why we have such a success with Microsoft Teams as the place where you can have maximum number of apps built on. The second one is that you can choose the audience for your app in the sense that if you have developed an app or service which is catering to some of your employees, you can even target that group. And if you think your solution has applications much beyond your employees. So then you can make it available to the entire world by submitting your app to the Office Store. So this gives you that power in your hands to increase the reach for your apps or services. Third one being all the all the entire Microsoft Teams, it's built upon collaboration, and the basic building block are conversation units, which means your apps or service, they need not be built on a conversation layer of its own. It's basically just plug and play, right? So that's another important, and I would say one of the powerful features of which usually the developers consider when they're building apps on it. And then we come to the features and capabilities of Microsoft Teams app platform, wherein right now we have six capabilities already, and we'll be talking a little bit deeper into each of these capabilities. And you can also tune in because we have so many updates coming in every quarter, and each of those updates have been built on the feedback to give you more immersive experiences, and that too on an enterprise grade app platform. Also, another very important factor is that once you have built the app, it's not tied up to any particular platform. Rather, once you build it it can enable users to access it across Microsoft Teams clients, which are running on either Windows desktop, Mac, web, Android, and iOS platform. So it's basically platform agnostic, and that makes it much easier to develop apps for Microsoft Teams platform. Now, coming into the details of it, what are those Teams platform capabilities which we are constantly mentioning? So, as I mentioned, Teams has an impressive suite of capabilities that help with those extensibility and the customization aspects of the platform in the context of your needs. So, the ones which I'm starting with are bots. You as an end user, or probably you as a developer, you would have engaged with some or the other form of bots. So here within the team's perspective, bots are conversational entities that perform a very narrow or a specific set of tasks. Now they provide you with an opportunity to communicate with users. You could respond to their questions, proactively notify them about some changes, and you can build your bot with the help of the Lewis framework to be more natural language based so that it gives a more engaging experience. Or you can build your bot which is to only understand those structured commands, right? So one of the most common examples of a natural language bot would be a help desk bot, where you can ease out your support team's time because there are a lot of questions which might be repetitive, and you can build a knowledge base around it, and it can be handled by a help desk bot itself. So any kind of users questions on any kind of wide variety of topics can be catered via help desk bot. If one of the examples of a structured bot would be wherein a DevOps bot would be an example of a DevOps bot where you can command your bot to kickstart a deployment altogether. So these are some of the examples of how you can flexibly use bots for various actions or triggers. Now coming to the next capability, those are tabs. And as you can see, tabs are basically canvases and where you can share the content, hold conversations, host third party services, all within this Teams workflow. So when you build a tab in Microsoft Teams, it basically puts your web app front and center where it's easily accessible from any of your key conversations. Now we have two types of tabs in Teams. One is called as static tabs, and that supports an individual user. For example, if your service is a note-taking app, you can add a tab that holds a user's personal notes. That way, a user can refer to his or her notes without having to share them with the entire team. They can go back and refer to them at any point they want. Another example of another type of tabs I would say is configurable tabs because it becomes part of a channel and it provides a very specific type of information to a particular team. So configurable tabs have an additional configuration page along with the content page. So that's a major difference. And another big point which I want to call out here, especially for SharePoint developers, is that if you're starting with SharePoint Framework version 1.7, you can also implement your Microsoft Teams tabs using the SharePoint Framework. Now, this kind of significantly simplifies the Teams tab development process as all the SharePoint Framework apps are automatically authenticated and hosted by SharePoint without any need for external services. Now, coming to our third capability, which is called as messaging extensions, it's a very powerful capability for a variety of reasons. And I would like to start with an example where we had partnered with GE to build an enterprise search POC for Ignite, in September 2018. So, as part of this prototype, what we used was messaging extensions to query their knowledge database, find any kind of relevant articles, for instance, and share it in the context of a chat or a channel. So, while a great example of putting this into practice, it is not only the only way to use a messaging extension. The extension is basically a capability that allows you to search, share, and interact with that content from third party services. And all of that within the context of Teams. Now, this helps you to be more productive and take actions without having to leave the context of your conversations. Now, when I'm on the topic of messaging extensions, I would like to stress upon the two ways in which you can interact with a messaging extension. The first one being the search one, the one for which I quoted the example. So, to be very precise around it, it basically allows you to fetch content from applications and then it will insert into your messaging content. For example, the most common ones which we also use internally are looking up and sharing work items from Azure DevOps or Trello. Can share YouTube videos which needs to be shared within a team. So all of those are examples of search. The other type of interacting with messaging extensions are by initiating actions. For example, the extension allows you to initiate an action in an application directly from within the teams. Like, for example, creating a bug in Azure DevOps, um, filing a new issue in GitHub, creating a task in Microsoft To Do, right? Or triggering a build in Azure DevOps, for example. So these are different examples in which you can use messaging extensions in a variety of ways, extensively and flexibly. Now, the fourth one is again activity feed. It's again another very exceptionally useful feature because it brings you the most important information that you need to access amongst all the chaos, and you have the option to curate that information via the filters. So, like, in case if I'm starting my day, I want to filter my activity feed by at the rate someone's mentions, right? So, what it'll do is that it'll show me how people tag you directly in posts or messages, unread messages, likes, as in when someone has liked a post of yours. For a great many of us who are internally working, this keeps the focus on the information that is most critical to you and your employees, and is often the first place that people check when going into Teams. Now, the next capability would be, I would say, an extension to the capability which we mentioned on the previous slide, which is messaging extension. Only difference is that adaptive cards, you will be able to bring that content to life within chat on channel. It will be much richer experience. So it is basically a rich content which can be shared in a context of chat or a channel, unlike traditional card formats. And these are not reliant upon any particular template, pre-built templates. Rather, you have the power to control the layout, content, and actions which you want users to take on a particular given card. And in that way, you are ultimately allowing you to customize it as you see fit based on the real time responses. So, adaptive cards, the basis is still messaging extensions, but it gives your customers or your employees a more engaging experience, and it would reduce the feel that they're talking to a machine rather they are having an engaging conversation. The last one, but definitely not the least, are personal apps. We have definitely touched upon apps in the context of a tab, but just to be sure, personal apps allow users to view content that sits across all teams and channels in one particular consolidated way. As you can see here, anything which is relevant, for example, Planner is a very great example. Like if you were to look at a channel, you can see all the relevant content tabs in opposite to where you're viewing your personal app and all related items to that app, irrespective of the channel or the team which is being used. So, for a more in detail, adaptive cards are actually being used as one of the cross product specification for cards in Microsoft products, including Boards, Cortana, Outlook, and Windows. So I want to take a moment to mention that they are the recommended card type for new Teams development. Unlike the traditional formats, which you have to rely on a particular template, adaptive cards allow you to define a single, I would say, very simple JSON payload and you can define the layout, content, actions that you want the users to take on that card, and hence customize the workflow, right? So this is where the six major capabilities at this point which are available within Teams platform, which you can extensively use it. And we'll be looking at different use cases in which we are leveraging these capabilities. So to summarize, in the terms of a Teams platform toolkit, all of these capabilities, they're enabled using very three important drivers. One is Microsoft Graph, one is Microsoft AI, and one is line of business systems and that you own and manage. So I'm sure most of you would have come across some or the other form of Microsoft Graph API, and because it's basically an API gateway for O365, Windows, and EMS. So you are already using that, you're already plugging into the existing Microsoft ecosystem that your organization has in place today. So Graph allows for a number of functions. For example, I would like to take a moment to spend on Microsoft Graph in terms of the capabilities which it offers, right? So you can create and manage multiple teams and channels because it is easy to create large number of teams and then populate them with users and channels by using Microsoft Graph API. You can automate the creation and management of teams, channels, tabs, and apps, and it also lets you find and archive the teams which you are no longer using. So the efficiency with which all those channels are active based on if it is inactive, you can even actually delete those channels and hence archive those channels and declutter your entire dashboard. You can also get your work done efficiently in the sense that you are able to use the application permissions to work with teams, channels, and tabs without any kind of human intervention. So, in case if you want to, if you need a new channel when your customer files an order, or in the context of an education, institutions may need to automatically create teams for classes, right, at the beginning of the school year and then archive them at the end. So, all of this can be handled automatically by using APIs. You can also create new teams and channels, install a given app in a new team, pin your app to a tab in a new channel, send messages to the channel linking back to your website, and many other use cases which you can think of. And the last one, but definitely not the least, because it is in terms of deployment, is that if you are an admin, you are able to list those teams in your tenant and install apps to them. So you're empowered to create tabs and channels to give users easy access to all of those apps. Now, when I've taken so much of time in on Microsoft Graph, another very important driver is Microsoft AI because it powers that conversations with intelligence using a pre-built or a custom model. And the last one is having your line of business systems. And we will also be having Microsoft has coupled its own existing backend systems with Graph and AI to develop and deploy custom built application for its employees. So these are three key drivers which enables us to give those experiences and extend the capabilities which we just now discussed in detail. Now, going further, how do you manage those apps within Teams? So I wanted to stress upon this fact, especially on custom solutions on Teams, is that every team is unique, right? But consistently, every team has a variety of apps and tools they're using uh, or an existing data and services they connect to complete everyday tasks. So it would be great if your customers could access their familiar apps and services right within the Teams itself. So also, if it could help them greatly if you can build the process and workflow to boost their productivity. So by offering your customers in different industries or functions or organization a very tailored team workspace, so we can truly believe you can help them realize the full value of Microsoft Teams. So it in turn, we have seen the results driving business outcome, build that customer stickiness, and then differentiate your services and expand your market reach. So all of those are the beneficial outcomes which you can look at by integrating with Microsoft Teams. You can also help realize your customers' full value of Microsoft Teams by integrating the teams with your existing services and solutions, because it's not something which is running in independent. Teams is such that you can connect to your data infrastructure, leverage the data in Microsoft Graph, M365's built-in AI capability to make Microsoft Teams the hub for teamwork. So you can customize and extend your customer's workspace with third-party apps, processes, and devices which they are already familiar with. So it's not a completely different experience or a new experience, and hence onboarding them would be much easier. Another great benefit of having custom solutions is that we have an extensible platform, so you can provide them with a personalized experience in order to get work done better, more efficiently, and more transparently. You can even customize the workspace itself by pinning important files, apps, or dashboards at the top of each channel for easy reference. Hence, we can focus on what is of the utmost priority. So you can infuse team with applications, whichever the customers are using on everyday basis. You can allow them to better leverage the apps and tools they love, and hence giving them access to the information needed right in the context of teams. So coming to the tailored team workspace, what all are those important challenges or the most common challenges which they solve by using tailored team workspace? So IT environment, it's getting more and more complex. We are all aware of that. We're overloaded with emails, so many different apps and services to use, SharePoint content to build, like some of the challenges which we come across on a daily basis. But no one's really using them, or like we are facing like version control issues, or we are feeling less connected with the right coworkers. Often a lot of time is spent in just finding the thing that is related to the project to be able to get things done, right? So it is great to have customers start using Teams and help them familiarize with out of the box features, but and they can also really experience the full value by having those customized solutions. So you can see that that's an opportunity, and where we actually can make a leverage that opportunity to have a teams tailored teams workspace developed just to cater to that and improve the productivity and efficiency. So with Teams Workspace, as you can see here, you can focus on those mission critical business outcomes. You can connect teams with their backend data. You can integrate with existing industry solutions or services which they might be already familiar with or are already using. Have those familiar first party, or like I would say third party apps right in the channel, drive those same business workflow and process automation, and manage access of those different stakeholders and manage app policies. So this is where partners can monetize these opportunities. There's a huge gap which they can monetize by building those tailored workspaces. Now, coming to what kinds of apps can be used in Teams, what are the different kinds of approach in making those apps? There are two major types, because we have Teams apps give work groups a new tool so that the collaboration is more productive and it's a better experience. They also let work group users share assets, interact through chat, schedule events on the team calendar. So you can use apps to automate creating teams, channels, conversations, as I already mentioned in the context of my Microsoft Graph API. So when coming to two different types of apps, the first one is ready to use and the other ones are custom built. So I would like to take a moment to just mention further on what do you mean by ready to use apps. So those are the ones which are any Microsoft built or partner apps which are easily integrated into Teams. So most common examples are Planner and ServiceNow. So Planner, we looked at it at this point. So these are the most common examples of a ready to use app. But on the other hand, if you want to have custom built apps, which include those that are built and deployed by customers on their own respective environment. So these are available through your company's app store and range in terms of functionality they provide. So the example which I referred to, having that GE's 1G enterprise search, so that was a custom built app, and it was provided. That was actually featured at Ignite, and we also had another one which is called as Accenture's IT support bot. So these are some examples of custom built apps which you can think of while we are developing apps for in the Teams platform. So we right now have 250 plus Teams apps which are now available from the major stakeholders. So there are majorly two, even though we have these two categorization of apps, both of which deliver value to your organizations as well as the user engagement with Teams. So we'll take some moment to highlight some of our partners who have apps that are integrated in the Teams platform. So partner apps also they are commonly referred to as ready to use apps. They help drive productivity by minimizing the amount of time that is spent every day in context switching, primarily when you are jumping between applications. So one of the most valuable parts of Teams is that we have integrated the best parts of O365, for example, PowerPoint, Excel, Word, all into Teams context. But we also have a lot of external software products integrated into the platform. So at this point, we have 250, more than 250 app integrations in Teams ecosystem, and all of them covering from a wide range of daily workflows. Like, for example, the most prominent ones are DevOps. You might have project management apps, polling and surveys, designing, employee engagement, and others, right? So as you can see from the logos on this page, there are some recognizable brands that I'm sure your team is at this point using every day. So, so are there any particular apps which you are relating to? Just let me know because we'll be taking a moment to discuss on those prominent or rather the most used apps in the next two slides so that it gives you an idea of what is available, and definitely based on your business needs you would be using another host of apps which are right out of the box for Teams platform. So here, the first one I would like to take a few minutes to talk about. It's a Jira Cloud because that's one of the most popular integrations that our customers are talking to us about. So Jira Cloud, which was like very recently shipped as Jira Server integrations, they allow you to track, create, edit, and search for issues that are assigned to you or your team members. So all of that within the Teams channel itself. The app also notifies the user when there is activity that is relevant to them, and hence all the tickets which are there, which needs to be actioned, will be brought in front of the concerned person, and they can focus on the work at hand. Right? So you don't even have to switch the context outside the Teams channel to look into the tickets which have come in. So that is where it becomes really powerful. This is also particularly relevant for teams because they are involved in web or software development. But over time, more and more business functions are using Jira to just keep track of all the work items and deliverables or tickets for that matter. So that's why I want to take a moment here because this is something which you can right now go back and try out if you're not already using this extension. But Jira Cloud is another most used extension or an app which we usually come on a daily basis. The other one which I wanted to spend some time on is that in addition to all the Atlassian products, Trello is another very big fan favorite amongst our customers. So if you're not familiar with it, it's like a project management tracking application. It allows you to track tasks on the individual cards, prioritize and categorize them, right? For example, if the work items that are in planning, in progress, or completed, so you'll be able to categorize them and see what is the status of your project at this point. So anyone who is familiar with the idea of Azure DevOps and Azure Boards will be able to relate to what a Trello app is if they are already not using it. So the Trello integration in Teams allows you to, at this point, create, update, and view all your cards inside a tab's context itself. You can also set up a connector. So if there are any changes which made to tasks within Trello, that information is shared with the team, with the updates appearing right in the channel for everyone to see. So there's better collaboration for getting your work done and a more streamlined process. I would like to take another use cases because the more the use cases which we are presenting the more ideas it'll give you in terms of how to use Microsoft Teams capabilities to get and enhance those productivity and efficiency by meeting those business needs, right? So, for example, as Microsoft have tapped into the custom built app space with Teams, like within internal to our organization, we have heavily utilized shuttle system on our main campus. And as a result, we developed and deployed a shuttle booking app within Teams itself. So it's a very useful app. And in short, basically what happens is that booking shuttle service on our campus was very difficult due to, like, one of the major problems was there were long wait times, delayed phone calls to schedule service. So employees, they were kind of spending more time just coordinating the rides and coordinating the service rather than working. So the solution to that was we created a travel app that lets employees book shuttle service on the go. Users can confirm or change an existing trip reservation with a click of a button. So it was really powerful functionality because it eased out a very basic and existing problem. And the outcome was that employees are able to focus on their job at hand rather than spending time trying to coordinate shuttles to travel across campus. So as you can see here, one of the breakdown how this delivers value to employees is that the key features were browsing recent trips. You can see here recent trips and booking with tabs. You can also reserve the right resource whenever needed. So you can see the look and feel of it. It's making use of cards. And you can coordinate and confirm the shuttle arrival time. So you can figure out the location, you can have the drop off, pick up, how many passengers are there. All of that can be mentioned out very clearly, and that gave a much richer experience, and it was a lot hassle free in coordinating the trips. Another example internal to Microsoft, wherein we implemented the Teams, wherein we leveraged the Teams platform, was having a cafe app developed. So, just to give you an example, it was a cafe service bot. It helps inform our employees which cafes are featuring a given cuisine or a menu item for the day. So the need was like they found it difficult to choose where to eat on campus because cafeteria menus were not easily accessible and they were not online, and we couldn't have a static data up there because it changes on a daily basis based on the availability. So the solution was we created a cafe dining app that let employees view menus, get reminder notices of when their favorite cuisine is being served, and check their meal card balance. Right? So that was the solution which was there, and hence we could evaluate that employees can easily choose, and this is based on the real-time feedback which we got after the app was developed, that they want to dine and they were able to spend more time enjoying that break instead of just coordinating as to where to go, what to eat, going back and checking on the menus again and again, and uh, wasting time in deciding what you want to eat, right? So this was another app which is being widely used within Microsoft, and hence again another brilliant example of how to solve a very simple problem and in a very few steps. So the features of this app was first of all to viewing locations to see the closest cafeteria, and the bot also shows menus and it will help you order online. So I wanted to call up the features because it will give you more ideas as to what will come in as part of your own apps and what is that essential problem which you're trying to solve. Is it meeting the needs or not? So, when I'm coming here, most of the common scenarios around which customers and partners are right now building, and we looked at some examples of the most popular connectors. We looked at some of the Microsoft internal applications. I would like to mention that what do you want to enable today for your organizations, right? So, there are four key areas which we have identified at this point after having such a host of apps at this point on Teams platform. The first one being definitely, since it's a collaborating platform, a communication platform, the first one is to empower your employees, right? So this is done via self-service, efficient searching and sharing of information. gauging your employee engagement, and learning and development skills, right? So all those are the most common, I would say, the needs where our apps are around for empowering employees. The second one is engaging with customers. So the most common applications, like in case if you want to enable timely feedback loops, right? Or you want to provide customer support, you want to measure sales associate productivity. So those are the common scenarios in which you can engage with a customer and you will actually see applications already out there which can help you enable and streamline those. In the context of optimizing operations, Teams allows for effective execution of business processes and delivery management and live tracking of in-flight products or services in the terms of supply chain management. The last other big bucket is where Teams transforms products along with your workforce, because ranging from project management to engineering workflows through to managing service incidents and then having to collaborate over design. So these are other applications where you transform products, and we consider it's a very big bucket where we have a lot of apps present in that particular scenario. Now, going forward, which are those scenarios across industries and horizontals? So now I am saying is from a industry vertical perspective and horizontal perspective. So the reason why I'm mentioning it is that you can go ahead and check out and you can understand the reach and the applications of your solution, right? So from airline, retail, as you can see, healthcare, legal firm, real estate, different industries and different functions. So you can envision your customers likewise, understand their business process and teamwork needs, and then connect teams to those tools and services they are using already every day to help them fully realize those teams' value. Now, this would give you that idea of various vertical wise and horizontal wise as to what are those applications for which you can use Teams. So do go ahead and grab on those opportunities and leverage and try to fill in those gaps and help streamline the processes. And in turn, it increases the productivity. It increases the time for which your employees or customers are using. They get their work done more efficiently. So in terms of flexibility, I would like, we are still going to touch upon the same capabilities, but tabs provide you with a big canvas to host your UI. Bots integrated with natural language, they provide you with smart chat skills for your users. Messaging extensions along with adaptive cards, they provide you with a rich card experience and you can aesthetically put it out and engage with your customers. Messaging actions will help you interpret a chat and understand what are those next actions which needs to be taken based on the conversation which is happening. Task modules are basically a dialogue for tasks. So you open a dialogue from board cards or any of these tabs capabilities which I was talking about. And when you need to do a little form entry or a lookup or a keep one-to-one interaction out of a channel pop, open a dialogue. That is when you can open a dialogue. And the last one is which keeps you focused on your work is having those notifications. You can enable and disable on a channel perspective, like what you need to be notified when there's something coming up, what you need not be notified. So that creates minimum distraction, and you would know what to focus on. Now, Teams is about collaboration, team scope. It puts your app where the action is. So, when you bring content to any user, try to understand the right place and the right time. So you can have collaboration in channels. You can encourage sharing, be proactive in those channels, and make your interactions customizable. It doesn't seem to be like you're talking to a machine. Rather, you're customizing those conversations which you're having and then giving a better experience. While on the this is from a perspective of collaboration. While when I'm talking about what is there for an individual to gain from Teams platform is that they have their personal apps and it brings you all the entities from all the channels and teams to a unified view. And you can also think of one-to-one bots wherein all those interactions are only for your eyes and they can notify your users and get things done without disturbing everyone else. So these are the contexts in which, when I'm talking about scope here, both the scopes can be easily achievable within the context of Teams platform. In terms of distributing to your customers, it's very easy at this point. There are three ways of doing it. You can either publish to the store, because in case if you are planning to make your app available to the entire world, that's where you will start. You also let the people know the category of your service. You can have an engaging page there, a marketing pitch page, in along with the marketing information, screenshots, and videos, so that they know what they're expecting in terms of apps capabilities and skill. You can publish to your tenant because that comes into picture if you're trying to meet the needs of a particular specific function in your company. So you can make it very easy to find from for all your company's users. So we have got a really great place for your admin to host all your internal apps, and they can suggest publicly available apps here too. The last one is where you're trying to publish to a team. It's for a specific group of people. You can even sideload your app and start using it right away. So if it's on an ad hoc basis, it's just for a temporary requirement, something really specific to your organization or your team. You can just go ahead and sideload it and don't worry about publishing it anywhere else. Now, as you can, just to summarize all of them, everything put into one slide here, we can see the extent and the capability of Microsoft Teams platform. So you have your app, that's the topmost layer, which is built on the six capabilities which we discussed on. It's based on the Teams application platform and Graph API is equally important. And the backend being it can be hosted on Microsoft 365 cloud, private or a public cloud. It could be an on-premises. So, and that, and not leaving alone, we have a host of other applications which you can make use of. Like, for example, you can integrate with Azure, SharePoint Framework, Microsoft Flow, Power Apps, and you can make it more intelligent by using Lois Cortana AI cognitive services. And the last layer being the extend of applications for your solution. As we looked at, it could be across industry horizontals or industry verticals. You can have it customized and focused for the target group whom you have in mind. So again, I can't stress enough the importance of Microsoft Graph API. So there is unparalleled foundation for AI is the Microsoft Graph one, and as you can see here, the extent of um, vast data set, which makes it like truly unique, powerful, and it is very secure as well, right? So Microsoft Graph is a connected brain of world knowledge, organizational knowledge, and individual knowledge. These are three categories across which graph spans. The signals in the graph, it across Bing, O365, Windows, for example, I'm just naming a few. It enables like a groundbreaking possibilities for customers because they span the world around us, our daily work, business applications, and user data. So the data is just lying there. You can build upon the power of that data by making use of Microsoft Graph. We have 450 billion user authentications each month, to name some numbers here. 155 million O365 users and over 1 billion meetings that are created each month with Office 365. So all of these, each one of them, these are all signals that we use to make the system smarter and to surface those data insights so that next time when the customer is interacting with your solution or your service, they have a better experience out of it. So I would like to take a moment here as to spend on one of our stories. So
Harvey is located all over the world. We have about 9 to 10,000 employees.
We tend to use a lot of freelancers. With that comes a lot of paperwork with the onboarding.
The problem with a manual process is the accuracy of the data.
We have to find better ways of onboarding people.
We quickly saw the advantage and the potential of Teams and the Power Apps.
So by automating document processing, we can speed up all paper-based processes that we have.
Before the app, registration process could take weeks. Now we managed to reduce the time to less than 40 minutes.
Microsoft Teams is allowing us to centralize many of the operations such as SharePoint and messaging, voice communications.
Now we have all those forms, all those documents in one central place, and that central place is Teams. We use Teams all over the world.
Possibilities are exciting for the future.
Teams is here to stay.
So as you could see, that was one of the functions in which Harvey used, and that was reducing the onboarding time and getting an employee started in no time and making it hassle free for them in terms of operations. So this was one of the live case studies which we refer to, and this is just one of the functions which they are catering to in their company. So you can see the extent of capabilities, the extent of use cases which you can think of, where even it could be a very minute problem, but it can be solved using Microsoft Teams platform. So just going back to building scenarios, I would like to share back my presentation. So some of the ideas which you can start off, you can have a conversation about work items, a tab with a list of work items. It is very easy to talk about what to do next and make sure everyone is working on the same project. Share a sales report, that is another such a use case. Submit a social media post for approval, or you can use a task hub. Look up a place to eat, convert a chat to a sales opportunity, create a team, add members and a message. So just to go very quickly through how do you implement each of these use cases, because it's the most common scenarios which you can right now go back and implement, or you can use the existing apps out of the store. So having a conversation around your work items. So the first capability which comes into picture are tabs. So you need a large area to present all the information. For example, if I'm taking Azure DevOps, there's so many reports which you as a project manager would like to look at in a one consolidated way. So when your app needs a larger area, you can use tabs. It's a great place to show a list of work items or a dashboard. If you want to chat in the context of your tab, you can chat in that context, draw people's attention to that important information during your meeting, all in one place. Last one is that post tab threads, conversations within the tabs, it will be posted into that particular Teams channel, and then you can promote your tab as well as a function. In terms of the use case of sharing a sales report, what are those extensions or capabilities which you can look at? So by using messaging extensions, you can search for, or you can even show and discuss the recently viewed reports. Another one is you can compose with card, like you can add comments, you can ask some people to comment on this information, or you want more information on these reports so that those concerned person would be notified, and when they reply, it is in the context of the team, everyone has more clarity. You can also see the summary, open a link to your content, or take immediate action right from the chat. And as you can see, in every use case, we are showing the desktop version and the mobile version. And one of the biggest feedback which we have got is that using Teams on your mobile is so much easier, and it's so easy without any glitches, and it has been pure experience which we have been shared by our various customers. Now, another such use case is if in case if you want to submit a social media post for approval. So, like this is one use case where you can use a dashboard kind of an appearance for my company's social media engagement and how we are trending, what are those keywords, and what are the likes and the related posts or the most used posts, retweeted posts from our organization. You can also submit, you can have an approval workflow designed so that anytime you want to submit a post, it will go to the right team for a review, and there is an automated posting to your corporate social media accounts. You can also notify the right team in the sense, again, through the approval workflows, so that there is no lag in getting the post ahead. And we know that, for example, the post needs to be in real time. It will lose its essence if you're trying to post a news which has been aired 2 days back. So reducing the time for the workflows of getting it approved was one of the critical use cases, and hence you can streamline it and automate the entire flow. Your task hub is another very important feature, is that you would have some specific goals and work items. You can integrate it with any of your project management tools. You can also have things like, for example, here there are to-do lists in interaction with Microsoft To-Do application. You can also have personal apps, because when I'm sitting here to start my day, I would like to have a complete consolidated view as to how I'm going to spend my day. So if there are like 10 tasks, I would like to prioritize it, and I would like to know what's the kind of time which I have to invest and plan it accordingly based on the deadlines. So your task hub is a very good use case to plan that entire stretch. Look up a place to eat is another one of the examples of how we showed our cafe app, wherein you can mention your app in the command box. It gives users global access to your app while they are anywhere in the teams. You can make your app incredibly powerful with single parameter or multi parameter queries, and even default queries you say for everyone or per user, right? You can also share this information across users and then get back to work or share your card with others based on the uh, knowledge which you want to share with others. So this is one of another scenario where you can collaborate. Convert a chat to a sales opportunity. How can you do that? So we make use of message extensions or cards based on how you want to implement. So if a user can send chats to your service, and they can include time, sender information, text, and you can use Microsoft Graph to get that additional context to the selection. You can have tasks where the conversation is happening, create one or more actions as an extension to that chat, and whatever use cases I'm talking about, it is all within Teams. You don't have to step out of Teams to do any of these actions, right? And then within the app itself, you can confirm with the task module, keeping the user in control. And it's more engaging because you can use natural language processing to extract those words so that you can get the job done quickly and intelligently. You're not wasting time in getting it all routed to the right teams, right? So this is how you can convert a chat to a complete sales opportunity. Creating a team, add members, and a message is another widely used use case, because when I'm talking just about one of scenarios, I'll be creating it manually. But if I'm kicking off a new project, it'll be much easier if I can use Teams templates, and you can automate the entire onboarding process, just like how you saw in our video. So this is another very important scenario. You can quickly select all the users whom you would like to be part of that project. owners versus team members, have their access and role limitations mentioned, and pick documents in your service or on your SharePoint to add to that mix, right? And add a welcome message. So that's how you can quickly get all of them onboarded onto your new project. All of them will get your new team. They will know what they're looking at, and they would have a clear picture of how to go ahead with this particular project and have everything within the space of Microsoft Teams platform. So this is all what I had for today. I hope I could cover the range of use cases which you could look at. Possibly it would have given you enough ideas for you to go back and implement and leverage those opportunities and make use of Microsoft Teams platforms and its capabilities to meet those needs. So stay tuned because there are so many updates coming in. You can go ahead and start exploring. These are some helpful links. So definitely go ahead and get started on that. We have a lot of case studies available to give you a reference as to how you can apply and use Teams. And we have a page for updates wherein you can stay tuned for what's coming new. And we have our Yammer groups very active with the constant feedback. So we try to implement most of the feedback and make it available for you if it's a common trend which is being noticed. I hope today's session was useful and insightful. Thank you for taking out time today to attend this webinar. I'll be there on the chat session to take your questions, but definitely go ahead and have a great day and definitely try out Microsoft Teams app platform. Thank you.
So my name is Steven van der Wielen. And Ramiro, are you allowed to get back into the house when you get back home? Because I heard it's your anniversary today, right?
Yeah, I have to take... Thank you. Well, that's a plus for my wife. We've been married for 14 years, but I need to take proof back with me that I am actually here working. So, do you guys mind if we take a quick picture with everybody?
There we go.
All right.
Okay. Smile, everyone. There you go. Cool. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So my name's Ramiro Calderon. Stefan and I work with the Identity CXP team. That's a special team in the engineering division for identity that works directly with customers. So Stefan and I work specifically with the largest and most complex customers in the world. And before we get too deep into the presentation, I want to get to know you a little bit better. I talked to some of you in the audience, but I want to get a better sense of you. So how many of you are part of the identity and access management architecture? Please raise your hand. All right, good. How about security or SecOps? Awesome. How about developers? Ooh, 3 guys, all right, awesome. And then how about consultants or advisors to other customers who tell them how to deploy our stuff? All right, so we have a great mix. How about management, project managers? Ooh, we have to cut back some jokes. All right, so our engagement with customers starts sometimes with a lofty goal and an empty whiteboard. So they want to get a very ambitious project going on, but we have to take a step back with the customers and break it down in smaller projects. Makes sense, what feature makes sense to go first, second, what are the dependencies, what is critical, what is not, what are the risks there to redo work. So what we are going to share with all of you is the secret sauce, how we actually do it in our team with our customers. And basically what we end up doing is a roadmap. So the one of the typical journeys that we share with our customers is improving their credential management. So we call it power up your credentials. Okay, so we have a lot of buzz going on about going passwordless and FIDO and all that, but sometimes we don't have the basics right. And this is about how we teach our customers to improve their credential hygiene based on what we already have in the market.
And then with karaoke, it's fun to sing well with others. And when you're deploying a project or when you're working on deploying identity management, it's really important to play well with others. So work with other teams. And that's going to be the second part of the presentation where we're going to talk about how within a big enterprise, you should work well with other teams to make sure to hit your goal and help them out as well.
All right, so let's dig into the first topic, which is power up your credentials. Okay, you guys have seen this slide probably before in previous presentations, even last year's Ignite. That's Microsoft's journey to get passwordless. It's an investment of capabilities and features that you can use in order to get fully passwordless. That is our long-term goal. However, this presentation is not about us as Microsoft. I'm telling you what we're going to build. It's about you. It's about how you can take advantage of what we already built to get there in a very solid foundation. So we always think about getting from A to Z, but we have to break it down with customers and get them from B to Y. And that's not as flashy or as cool as it sounds, but it's very, very important. So we are going to break it in 3 phases. So phase 0 is how we take the passwords and improve it. What is the best due diligence we can do with passwords with the capabilities that we have today? Same thing with strong credentials that we use for MFA. So that's phase 1. And lastly, phase 2 is how we nag the users less with prompts, right? So those are incremental steps towards getting our users into a passwordless future. So let's start walking the ladder and begin with phase 0. How many of you are expiring the passwords with 90 days or less?
That's a lot.
All right, few of us. How about complexity? Uppercase, lowercase, special symbols. All right, cool. A few of you didn't raise their hand one way or the other, so I don't know if that's more coffee that we need to do, or you are guys already here implementing the modern password policy. So based on the data, we have found that the most effective two things that we can do right now to get a better password hygiene is to remove that approach of periodic expiration and revoke when at risk. You see in this password over here that we have the last 4 digits are 1119. That's a predictable pattern, right? So probably the password expires sometime in November, and then the super creative human that came up with a new password put 1119. And similarly, we have a very predictable word in the password, which is Contoso, which is, I heard is the most popular company here in our Ignite. So we have a company name here, which is very predictable. So a password spray toolkit can catch that password very quickly. So how do we go about implementing those weak passwords, those guidances?
Ramiro, what's that with the yellow boxes in the corner, actually?
Oh, great point. So this presentation is going to be a lot about how we put the different scenarios and features together. So as we are going through, there's going to be a lot of details on how individual pieces work. So please pay attention to that corner in the slide, so you will have more pointers as you go and study the slides.
And also some references to other sessions if you want to learn more about this topic.
Right, so let's get right into it, how we implement this modern guidance from the deployment perspective. So the first thing is that I want you to revoke passwords when at risk. Azure AD provides, we have a lot of capabilities that actually do a lot of protections on the background for you. And literally we assign a risk level to each and every user on your environment. So you have to pay attention to those risk events in order to take action. Even better, if you're using identity protection, you can automate the response by putting a control, for example, to reset the password. So how many of you have enabled password hash sync? All right, cool. More hands than last year, but not all of them. How about the self-service password reset? All right. Cool. So if you have done this, we have a great way to protect you. So one of the signals that we associate with risk with the user is what we call leaked credentials. So the way it works is every time that our team knows about a breach, either by security, collaboration with researchers or law enforcement, if we find a username and password leaked credential is exactly like the one that you have in your Azure AD tenant, we're going to flag that user. If you use this capability, then you can automate the response. So if the user got breached, right, then you can go on explicitly block the access until the user changes the password. So that's how you put features together to enable that scenario. One of my customers in Asia was with me. We have a workshop, and we were going to do an end-to-end assessment of what their environment looked like, and they were super proud because they deployed password hash sync 2 weeks before I was coming on site. And then after we were talking about it, they showed me this screen, and they had one user with leaked credentials. So had they not done that, they could have not even noticed. And our system, I think, detects, 14 million of those credentials last year alone. So it's very important you guys take advantage of that by turning password hash sync. So that's one part of the guidance. The next part is how do we kick out weak passwords from the environment? So this is what we call the banned password list. Azure AD has a built-in list of passwords that people try all over the world. So we have the QWERTY, the word password, the word monkey for some reason, but basically this is all based on telemetry. So we see what the bad actors are trying, and we build that list dynamically. On top of that, you can add your own list, and sometimes customers need that context. They have a lot of brands. In a car manufacturing company, they can put all the models that they use, or the headquarters, the city where the headquarters are. And that basically is what people try. I was visiting a customer in Brazil not long ago, and they were sharing with me that they hired a red team to try to break into the environment. And that was pretty easy for the bad actors, because what they tried is the typical passwords are easy to guess. And they found that 1 out of every users in that environment had some permutation of a soccer team in Brazil. So for those guys, they could have put all the list of soccer teams in Brazil as the custom banned password list. So this is a very straightforward capability that we have in the system. It works by default for all cloud accounts, and pretty much every interface that allows you to update the password through Azure AD is going to validate against that list. When we have accounts on-prem, then it's where we self-service password reset enable. But as we saw before, not everybody has deployed self-service password reset. And even if you do, there are use cases where people can go straight to the machine and do Control-Alt-Delete, or the help desk can go literally to the domain controller. So for those scenarios, we need to go down one layer, which is directly in the Active Directory layer. So this is where we have on-premises protection using Azure AD on-prem. So you see here in the list that there's a button to go and enable that protection, but then we have to go on-prem and deploy a password filter DLL in the domain controller to have that logic to validate against the list. We built that feature pretty straightforward, so there's no a lot of friction to get in. So hopefully, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands because I don't want to get too much into that, but hopefully we are all in Windows Server 2012 R2 and we have a reasonable patching. And if we are there, we have that's all you need in order to take advantage of that feature. It's very important, and this is something that we have enforced with the customers with a lot of passion, is that we have to test stuff before we roll it out. So it's very important that you guys turn this on in what we call audit mode. Right, so it goes with the same, Alex was talking yesterday about the report-only mode of conditional access. This goes into this don't fire me bucket. So this basically allows you to see how many people are going to be caught by the list. So it gives you an opportunity to refine the list and understand the effect in things like help desk, tickets, volume, etc. So when we turn this on internally at Microsoft IT, we found that 16% of the attempts to change the password were actually hits on the list. And once the user got that first password wrong, there was an average of 2.5 attempts to get the right password. So these are the kind of insights that you get as we deploy this capability. But if you go to these two things, you went leaps and bounds to protecting people's passwords that are easy to guess. However, despite our due diligence, a lot of these protections are going to target a very specific set of attacks that depend on the password itself. However, there are a lot of attack vectors that the password itself is not relevant. It doesn't matter because the user is going to give away the password, or the attackers can intercept the password on transit. All right? So it's important that we don't stop there. And that's when we hop to phase one. Go to the strong authentication on the MFA. We have an agreement in the industry that MFA is a good thing, and everybody should do it. But unfortunately, what we see are numbers and deployments, we're not there yet. We seem that we don't finish the job. The telemetry shows that only 8.2% of users or the administrators rather, turn MFA. And then 16% of all overall population is using multi-factor authentication to protect. So we have a lot of work to do. And one of the reasons that we're finding that customers don't finish the job is because they don't know they haven't finished the job. They do this first deployment, they go to Exchange Online or whatever the first workload is, and they do MFA in the context of that one project, but then things kind of stall, and then they don't complete. So the way to check exactly how are you doing is by going through this monitoring tab, and we have this usage and insights. And there is literally an authentication methods activity log that shows you exactly how are you doing. So when you go and click on that report, it has all these stuff that management loves. It's management candy. It has bars with good colors, big numbers, all dashboardy things that the manager love, but it's very important. We can keep track on how people are doing in the deployment, and in fact, this is something that we really teach our customers to use to measure the progress, right? It's very important. Do action, measure results. Action, and measure results. So this is how you go and do that. And one of our customers was migrating from an on-premises MFA system, and they literally use this in their Scrum meetings to go and figure out how the progress was going. Right? So then once we do this, let's talk about the credentials themselves. We have to understand that some of the choices that we make in the authentication methods have dependencies. So some of the dependencies may not be available. For example, I am in a phone, I am in the plane working on my slides. I don't have internet in my phone because I'm cheap. I don't want to pay an extra for my internet in the phone. I don't even have access to the phone company. I can't even make phone calls. So we have to understand those and give more options to our customers. One of my customers was telling me that they are in a physical plant where any device that may risk an explosion, they can't even do it. So we have to understand that and provide more choices to our customers to circumvent those dependencies or account for those dependencies and give more chances to be productive. Similarly, we have technical risks associated with each of these methods. So, for example, here, some of the telecommunication-based are susceptible to what we call channel jacking, where the bad actors use social engineering and they put their acting skills to convince and make a very sad story to convince the phone company to transfer the phone to another SIM. That's how the CEO of Twitter got his account hacked, if you guys followed the news recently. And we also have this other bucket of risk, which are around advanced phishing, or what we call real-time phishing. So the attacker shows the page that it looks exactly like the identity provider, gathers the password, sends it back to the identity provider. The identity provider puts the MFA challenge and back. So those are the things that we need to really understand as we deploy this. One of my customers was stuck on this, and then this other risk is the user behaviors. If we overdo MFA, then we are risking the users kind of approving blindly every request that comes, or just not caring anymore and circumvent you completely and go with their own thing without going to our identity provider. So we have to account for those bad behaviors as well. I was recently reading the news 1 week or 2 weeks ago that a developer put an application in the marketplace to automatically accept the MFA notifications via another third-party product. This is how bad the problem is. The customers are desperate to, exactly, it's kind of not good, right? So those are the things that we really need to make sure that we understand and we give options to the customers. All right? One of my customers was stuck on this, like this method has this problem, this other method had this other problem, and then do you guys want to guess what happened while they were in paralysis by analysis because they didn't find the perfect MFA solution? Want to guess? Yeah, exactly. It was a long weekend for us, and it was a quick deployment of multi-factor authentication, just put it that way. So, again, even with this risk and this thing not being perfect, it prevents 99.9% of the identity attacks. All right? So this is what we can do from the point of view of strong authentication. Now, part of the passwordless journey is using your passwords less. So let's talk very quickly about how we can do it. So when we have Windows 10 devices, we have this initial state where we have an AD join device, and you probably have single sign-on with Kerberos. Is not an issue. And you can get to resources like the file servers, the printers, and all that, and Kerberos does its magic. But then when we start the deployment, Azure AD is kind of by itself. If anything, we can do Kerberos to get to Azure AD itself, but we don't we are not taking advantage of the device in any significant way. When we go and do hybrid Azure AD join, then we are adding a couple of superpowers to the devices. The first is that we can give single sign-on to cloud applications with what we call the PRT, which is the twin brother or the TGT of an on-premises site, and gives you the same experience for cloud devices. From the policy perspective, we also give you the hybrid Azure AD join control, which basically gives you the ability to tweak the security posture based on those devices also. So it's not just about user experience. Then what we're finding is that customers take a step back and say, you know what, I don't need to join all the devices to the domain. So we can add Azure AD join devices that are purely joined to the cloud and not necessarily joined to the domain. One of the things that we're finding that is not, customers don't take advantage of is that you can do single sign-on with Kerberos, even with the Azure AD join devices. So it's very important that we take advantage of that. We can do TGT for cloud join devices. If that's the only reason you're doing it, then you should consider Azure AD join devices for that. From the conditional access perspective, we give you a compliant device conditional access control that allows you to kind of close the loop, and we're going to talk a little bit about it later. So, how do we go about registration? This is a step number one to take advantage of this. We have to check that the machine accounts are synchronized, and that means that you have to make sure that when you run Azure AD Connect, that the machine accounts are synchronized. That is by default what we have in Azure AD Connect. So unless you're doing something special, that should be already ready to go for you. Now, the next step is control the rollout with registry keys. So this is very important. We want to make sure that we see the effects before we try something. So for device, we have this registry key trick that instead of going to this SCP in the forest, you can use registry keys. One of my customers was really sensitive about it because they had very sophisticated monitoring of the traffic. And if you turn on the default experience, which is register everything with this SCP, then you get a ton of traffic getting in the context of machine accounts. And my friends in Identity to my customer are now BFFs with the security team, so they didn't want to raise an alarm and then having a friction conversation with the security team and slow down the project. So the way we did it with them was to use a control rollout where we basically had a subset of devices with this registry key, and those were the devices that they did the testing with. So this is very important. Once we figure that out with the target devices, we check that the PRT is actually working. There's a tool called DSREG CMD, and then there's a specific part of the output that tells you if the PRT is enabled or not. That should be just pretty straightforward when it works by default, but it's very good to double check. Once we are there, we achieve the PRT no prompt experience for Azure AD resources. Now we can play with the policy, make sure that we target the right scenarios, the right people, etc. And with this, we're ready to go and deploy at scale. And that's when we run Azure AD Connect. This is the version, by the way, from May 2018. Just quick show of hands. How many of you have Azure AD Connect older than a year? All right, good, everybody. So no excuses to not go and try this. So basically, with this, you're ready to go and start playing with the policy. From the conditional access policy, this is pretty straightforward. The way we design the conditional access engine is that you can lay out different controls and then connect them. So in this case, we can take policies that are already deployed with MFA, which, by the way, is a lot of our customers, right? Start with MFA. And then we layer this control, literally go and check the required hybrid Azure AD join, and then there's this option at the bottom that says require one of the selected controls. That's a very fancy way to say OR. So when you OR those two controls and push the button to say enable policy, you are making the life for your users so much easier, because then you get rid of all these MFA prompts for those users with the corporate-owned devices, which is pretty much a lot of the cases for information workers. So in this scenario, you're already making the experience better and better security because we're integrating the device state on it. Now, before we go there, this is very important for us to consider. When we say require domain join as a control, that the only thing that we do in the directory is to check that the device is domain joined. It's up to you to make sure that that means security. So typically this means that there's some endpoint protection tool like antivirus of sorts, and somebody takes that list, find the list of the machines, and takes some action offline to go and isolate the machine from the network or anything that's related to that. That is good, but using the control that says device is compliant is better, because the platform itself is the one that is going to check the health of the device report it up to the cloud, and then with this control is going to kick in. So again, if you want to use that control, rinse and repeat. Check that one more control and put OR. So you OR those other controls, and then you have a very comprehensive security posture, including the closing the loop. So if you have Windows 10 devices with modern device management mode, or if you have co-management with Microsoft Endpoint Management and Config Manager and Intune, then you can take advantage of that instead of relying on hybrid join alone. All right, let's keep going through the ladder. If we do this, and this is very, very important, if you guys want to take anything out of this presentation, this is the one thing. If you turn on these device controls and OR them with MFA, we're doing a huge improvement in productivity because we mitigate user lockout risk. So what this means is, even if MFA is not available for whatever reason, my daughter runs away with my phone, drops it in the toilet, or if I am in the phone, flying across the ocean and I forgot my phone is run out of battery, whatever reason, I can still get my job done because I can have my device which is secure. Okay? So it's very, very important that we take away that from this part of the discussion. Now, again, taking action. Monitoring that action. So how do we monitor that the users are getting a better experience with less prompts? So the first thing is that our logs are best friends. And I want to ask, how many of you have integrated Azure AD logs with a SIEM system? Oh. All right, no, not as many of you. But this is very important. If we need to go and do something, I don't think we have any to do some those. Anyway, so go and take those logs and put it in the SIEM system. This is your day, living and breathing out of those logs to make sure that what you're doing is making a difference. So in this case, the Azure AD sign-in logs is showing you exactly what policy enabled the login, what credentials, what actual controls were used, etc., etc. So if you have a SIEM system, take those logs and put those queries on top of that. Now, if you go and enable the integration that we provide you with Azure Monitor, how many of you have turned that on, by the way? Oh, okay, not that many of you, but this is very cool too. So if you turn on the signing logs with Azure Monitor, we have pre-created dashboards for you that take that data from our logs, and we provide the existing dashboards. So in this case, I have 3 dashboards here that are around conditional access. I put the example of this one over here. Again, more manager candies. You make look good as you run these projects. So you can see how many people have logged in successfully using what control. So if you do your job in terms of improving and doing less passwords, you're going to see a decline of requirement frame and ramping up the controls around the device. So with this, we really are making a difference, and more importantly, we're measuring that impact. Moreover, if you use Azure Sentinel, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands, but if you use the integration with Azure Sentinel, you can take those same dashboard queries that we created. So if you go to any of the dashboards and say edit, we see the actual query language, and we can dump it in Azure Sentinel, and you can have the same metric tracking even beyond our retention policy. Okay, so just to wrap it up here, we have done improve our password, improve some credentials, and we are reducing the prompt. So that is great progress. One of the things that we also need to have in mind is that this is not only for Windows 10 devices. Mobile devices have the capability to do that promptless experience. So our Microsoft, what we call first party, but the Microsoft applications on top of Office 365 already use that capability. That's what we call broker authentication. Again, how do we put multiple deployments to enable a great experience? Since we are working on deploying multiple factors, we should have the authenticator app in the mobile devices, and that is the thing that is facilitating this cross-application single sign-on. You can also use the company portal app as well. But more importantly, if you have developers, they can take advantage of that great experience in mobile devices too. Granted, they have to use the right libraries, and they have to learn what those libraries are and how they can take advantage of it, which is something that Stefan is going to touch in a little bit. But we literally have those same controls that you saw for Azure AD joint devices, compliant device and single sign-on broker authentication. All right, with this, we wrap our due diligence on how we can get better password management, very strong credentials, and reduce the password. So what are we going to do this after we do that homework, Stefan?
So with this homework, you actually build a foundation at scale to go to the next step, which will be passwordless. Instead of using your passwordless, go without passwords. So these are the options that are there on passwordless. And what you've seen in the first part of the presentation is that we talked about strong credentials. We talked about registration of Windows devices, registering for MFA, the Authenticator app, and mobile devices, but also using Windows 10 and that Azure AD joint devices, which are the fundamentals to go into passwordless. So that's where you start when you go into your passwordless journey. So let's have a look at the power up your credentials. Now we did the good, the better. We talked about that, the dependencies and the risk. So the next step is going to be here, best, right? Going passwordless would be the next step. Using the Authenticator app, Windows Hello, or a FIDO2 key, where you would see that the dependencies and the risk will go down. But I think it's really important to understand here that you need to go through those 0, 1, and 2 steps before you can go into that passwordless journey and build out and put in that foundation. So there is something very important that we haven't talked about, which is also one of the requirements if you want to leverage all this technology, is that your apps need to be connected to Azure AD. Azure AD is the mechanism here which will enforce all that protection, enable passwordless. So one of the swimming lanes in your roadmap should be moving your apps to Azure AD, modernize your hybrid access with App Proxy or one of our partners, and developers build apps that use Azure AD. So if you integrate with Azure AD, you can enable that passwordless experience in the future. So talking about that roadmap and swimming lanes, so let's define a few things here. So this is our example roadmap, and for every enterprise, every company, this could be a different one, there could be different items on it. But this you can take as an example. So first, go look into improving passwords. Then look into how can I improve strong authentication? What are the steps there? And look into what's going to happen in the next 3 months, 6 months, and what's even further on your roadmap. And then talk about using your password less. So looking into what are the options there. And then think about adding more apps to Azure AD, because that's definitely one of the requirements for all the other stuff to be in effect for all your applications. So if you look at all those steps, it's not only the identity folks that need to be involved. There are a lot of other stakeholders here that you can map to this roadmap. So talking security, developers, app owners, and app users, they all need to come together and play well with others. So let's have a look at those teams. So we're going to focus today on 3 teams, or 3, let's say, stakeholders. Actually 4, but 3 look nicer on the slide, so we combined the app owners and users, although they do have a lot in common there. So what are the things that we see that is needed in a successful deployment of those of that roadmap? So first of all, become friends with those teams. I can highly recommend select a team that's located somewhere in some sunny location, because then you have a great excuse to travel there and also get some sun out there. But otherwise, just walk the hallway, go drink a coffee, go ask what they're doing, and connect up and talk to each other. Because that's one of the things I see at a lot of our customers, is that people are actually in the same room next to each other, and we talk to one of them in one meeting, the other in the other meeting, and they don't actually know about each other what they're doing. It's really interesting. So that is basically the first step in looking how to play together. If you want to learn more on how we actually did it within Microsoft, go check out the session tomorrow, where we're going to talk about one of our journeys within Microsoft and how also we did our stakeholder management in details. And if you look at those people together, the one thing you want to make sure of that in the end, when they fill out their progress report, they're going to tick this box, plays well with others. So let's talk also about another important thing. When I do presentations, a lot of time, because I work in identity for over 10 years. So then I'm thinking, my content, oh, that is so boring. Everyone knows what's in there. Why should I talk about it? But then I actually find out that a lot of people don't know that yet. So this is another thing that we see. Always assume that the person in the other team maybe doesn't know about what's happening there. So you don't know what you don't know, right? It's a pretty easy sentence, but I see it a lot of times within enterprises or other companies. That this is the case where people assume that the other person knows about this feature. And I actually got an example here. A few months ago, I went to Germany. And as you know, in Germany, they have some great beers. So I was there with the identity team that I was working with. And we were having a nice glass of beer. And while drinking that glass of beer, we started talking about security. So the guy said, let me introduce you to our security folks. They're over there. So we had another glass of beer, and we started to talk about password spray attacks, because that was something that was on top of their mind. So they were really excited to talk about their custom tool that they built. And what that custom tool did, it just password sprayed the whole environment every week. But it was custom, so they needed to maintain it. The list of passwords that they used, they needed to put it in, they needed to get it from somewhere. And I was listening to that story, and I was like, but wait, we have something there that could help you to even go from reactive to proactive. So I started to talk about our password protection solution, where we provide you with a list of common passwords. You can put in your own common passwords, and it will actually check when you set the password and not when it's already been set. So they were like, wow, this is cool. Let's go try it out. So a week later, I had a call with them, and they actually rolled it out, put it in audit mode. So they were just seeing what's happening. And actually they figured out that almost 30% of all passwords that were being set were on that list somehow, or on the custom list that they built in. So how that helped the security team is that their goal is in the end to protect the data, protect the identities. So in this case, they had a great tool, they had great insights, they could go to their managers and management and say, look, we got up to 30%, we need to do something, we need to fix something there. Then if you look into what are the other things from the security team perspective. So Ramiro showed you that great fancy manager eye candy dashboards. And that's all about data. So getting logs into a SIEM system. Multiple times I've seen with customers that the security department basically built their own pipeline to get that data in, where from the Azure AD perspective, we already have the tool. We have the pre-built integration. We can just put it in a SIEM. So sharing that data and getting that data in also makes the security team successful and helps you as well getting that identity product deployed. And then if you look at secure but enable users, you can think about conditional access, for example, where that's also a play from a security department. Hybrid Azure AD join, which can put in that security posture and also makes life of end users easier. So you will definitely see this point coming up later in the presentation as well. So again, let's map it to the roadmap. Let's see where the security folks would need to say something, do something, or maybe just be informed. And talking about those different roles, you've probably seen the link in our presentation a few times that mentions deployment plans. So don't be afraid. The link itself, at the end, we will give you a special link which contains all links. But the first step you would see in the deployment plans, and those are based upon our experience from deploying with customers all around the world. So our team put together those deployment plans to make sure that you could do a successful deployment. The first thing you would see is include the right stakeholders. And to help you with how to include the stakeholders, we talk about Raki. And no, this is not a Greek drink. It's about prioritizing who to involve in what type of way. So do you need approval? Do they need to contribute? Or do I only need to inform them? So that's a really important thing there to do. When I started to prep for this presentation, I wanted to make sure to talk around developers. So we have a team within our organization. The biggest thing they do is travel around the world. It's like 80% of the time they're traveling just to do, just to enable developers. So they do sessions, they tell them about identity and how to work with identity. And the first thing so I asked them, how do we enable developers? Because I thought we have a great SDK. I just give them the SDK and they're, yay, we're happy. We only need to put in a few lines of code and then we integrate with identity. And then they stopped me. They said, no, that's not the thing. Because most of the developers, they're like, we already know how to do identity. We need to do username and password. We know how to integrate with an LDAP database. So we just do that. We had a piece of code, put it in, and there you go. You have your authentication. But then the security team comes in and said, now your application needs to do MFA. Okay, so now how do I do MFA on LDAP? Oh, I need to rewrite my code. I need to put in all kinds of other stuff. So the important thing that they told me there is that if you tell developers around the new methods of doing authentication, so use standards and libraries, then it can help them in the future not to need to change that code again or do much more interesting things. So I think that's a really important thing here, is to educate on standards. One of the things they told me as well is at the beginning of every training, the first ask is, can we please go beyond level 400? Just go very, very deep, because we like to go technical, deep stuff. And then the first slide will say OpenID Connect. And you would see the faces like, what is OpenID Connect? So that's also, you don't know what you don't know. So you probably want to start with organizing a workshop, or just talk about the advantages of standards. Because if they implement that standard, if the company ever decides to move to some other vendor or anything that's also using that standard, they don't need to change their app. It's actually going to make their life a lot easier. So looking at the roadmap, these are the items there that you would say, okay, I need to train and educate my developers. So that swimming lane of getting those apps connected, developers are really, really important there. So then talking about app owners and users. So actually it is a few years ago in the Netherlands, I was helping a customer to move off of ADFS 1.0 and 2.0 to Azure AD. And it was really interesting to do that. But what we did, we first made a list of which apps are connected there. And then we decided to create a template, not only for the current app owners that had their app connected, but also for new apps. And the one thing we did there is that we put in that template that your app needs to do SAML. That was back then. Right now I would say maybe go with OpenID Connect. And made that part of the process for an app owner to get an update to the app or buy a new app. And also making sure that that form wasn't looked at after they selected the vendor, but before they go and select the vendor, to make sure that this is one of the criteria to get the app. So that's how you can help them, providing single sign-on. What would be the benefit for the app owner? Would be, I can get my app up and running way quicker because I don't need to wait for all kinds of custom integration, database synchronizations of users and all that type of stuff. I can just leverage what is there. So again, identity standards. Very important also for app owners there. Integrate with Azure AD. And also to make their life easier, we have that gallery with a lot of apps. If their app is not in there, there's a link in the bottom which will give you the guidance on how we can help and work with that, the ISV, the builder of that app, to get it added to the gallery, to even enable them faster to deploy their app and get users to use the app, so users to benefit from that app that they bought. Other question you get from users, why do I need to sign in so many times? So how can we help users there? So Ramiro already told about how to use your password less and still be secure. Hybrid Azure AD join gives you single sign-on, but still the control of the device to sign in. So that can help the app users. And then the other question I see a lot from app owners is, who is actually using my app? And why do I need to use my app? So we got great governance tools that will tell you, do these users need to use your app or remove them from the app when they don't need it, which can also cut costs because maybe some of those users are using a license and they don't need it and we're paying for that license. So this is if you're going to show that governance tool to those app owners, it can actually help them be successful as well and help you as the identity person to get your tools deployed and out there. So again, roadmap, these are the items where we can see the app users and app owners that they need to be involved and you need to play well with them. Call to action. The do's and don'ts are here. So do's, build your roadmap, identify those stakeholders, educate those stakeholders. Definitely start with that. And then I told the story about password protection in audit mode. That is a great start. Deploy MFA. By the way, have I told you MFA is free?
Free?
Yeah, free for everyone, so no excuses there anymore. Monitor authentication methods, check your device state, and another thing, drink a beer with a team and build some report with them. Really important. The do list was too long, so I couldn't add the beer to this one. Right. Don't rely on passwords or stop at passwords. What we mean with that is don't only rely on password, add MFA. Stop at passwords, no, look further. Look into that password less, but start at point 0 and build up there. Don't leave your users unregistered for strong credentials and wait to provide passwordless experience to users. I actually just had a conversation with someone before the meeting who asked me, I want to do passwordless today. We're going there, it's a journey, but it's not something that there are so many apps and tools that still require those passwords to be there. But go prepared to go passwordless and do a pilot with admins or with a small group of folks to try out the passwordless experiences. I promise you a link with all the resources that are in the slide. One bonus, you can see my great HTML skills when you open this website, because that's what I did. I started an Azure website and just put in some HTML code to put all the links in there. So aka.ms.
I was really impressed.
Oh, yeah. Have a look at the source code. It's amazing. And then more identity sessions. We highlighted ones that are related to what we talked about today. Go see them. And actually, the SecI 20 is going to be in this room right after. Go grab a drink, come back, and make sure that you have a seat for that session, because that's going to be awesome. Great. Thank you very much. Follow us on Twitter and enable MFA. Did we tell you it's free? Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing how you can modernize your SIEM in the cloud with Azure Sentinel. I'm kind of excited. It looks like they bumped us up to a bigger room, which is very, very cool. I certainly think that Azure Sentinel is going to be transformative, and I've been really excited at the level of enthusiasm and the response that I've gotten over the last couple of days here at Microsoft Ignite. It seems that many of you feel similarly. So with that, we'll go ahead and jump right in. We've only got 45 minutes. I'll try not to move too fast, but we do have a fair amount of stuff that I want to get through today. So today, organizations like yours are faced with this incredibly difficult task of trying to protect your expanding digital estate from increasing cyber threats. The move to the cloud and the mobile workforce have pushed the border of your estate beyond the physical network boundary. Your data and your systems and your infrastructure are everywhere. And of course, this creates some pretty significant challenges for your security operations teams who are tasked with trying to protect that expanded digital estate. As your estate grows, so does the volume of security data. In fact, 76% of organizations report an increase in security data over previous years. And much of this is coming from the cloud, which changes the dynamic a bit in terms of how you collect and analyze that data. Pumping it into on-prem systems with all of the deployment and maintenance overhead that comes along with that often doesn't make sense. And I believe that that volume of security data is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. Not only do we have this extended estate, all of which is emitting security signals that we need to collect and analyze, but what is the one thing that's going to fuel ML? It's data. And not only do we need more data to inform those models, but we need a greater variety of data. So we need more signals and we need more diverse signals. And I expect that that's going to not only continue to increase the volume of security data, but perhaps even hockey stick that in the relatively near future. So organizations are trying to shore up their defenses, and as a result, they are deploying literally dozens of different security products and services within their organizations. These are producing a lot of alerts, but unfortunately in isolation, these products are generating relatively high false positives rates, or at least they can. And there's not a lot of guidance across these various alerts to help you figure out which of them require your immediate attention, which ones do you invest time in investigating and researching, and which are not as high severity, or not as likely to be the result of a real attack. And as a result, we see here 44%, this number really just is staggering to me, 44% of alerts are never investigated. 44%. So just imagine what is falling through the cracks as a result of that. And the final thing I'll point out is, of course, as you guys know, there's a global shortage of security analysts. That's why, in many cases anyway, those alerts are not getting responded to. The recent study says that there'll be 3.5 million unfilled security jobs by 2021. That's a massive number. Creates huge challenges for security operations centers. So with the introduction of Azure Sentinel, which GA'd just a couple of weeks ago, we really believe that we can change the equation for security operations teams by delivering an intelligent cloud-native SIEM. So one of the main things that Security Center, or Azure Sentinel, I should say, is designed to do is to really meet your defenders where they are and deliver instant value to them. And as a result, it's got hundreds of built-in dashboards or workbooks and detections and hunting queries and analytics and playbooks, things that they can use off the shelf on day one to improve the effectiveness of their teams. We also provide guided hunting and investigation experiences. We'll look at those in a few minutes that help your security analysts, regardless of their skill level, to get their work done. Now, of course, Azure Sentinel offers all of the extensibility that your teams need as well. The ability to customize and create your own analytics and workbooks. And it even integrates with professional-grade tools like Jupyter Notebooks for the truly advanced security analysts inside your team. And it's easy to get started. You can do that with a single workload or perhaps all of your cloud workloads, but certainly can extend beyond that as well. Secondly, we talked about this, I couldn't have said it probably more strongly, the growing volume of security data that exists out there today. And Azure Sentinel enables you to collect and store and analyze that security data at cloud scale. So it's going to scale automatically as your security data volume and compute needs grow. Whether that's incremental growth, or if you've got a burst, you need to ingest more data as part of a particular incident response. And there are no infrastructure costs or upfront commitments. You don't have to buy servers and put them in your on-premise environment every time you add a new data source or multiple data sources, and you only pay for what you use. So this really changes dramatically the equation that many of you are facing with traditional on-premises SIEM technologies. And finally, Azure Sentinel uses AI and automation as a force multiplier for your SOC. It enables you to detect threats that may have been missed otherwise. It enables you to fuse alerts into actionable prioritized incidents to help reduce the alert fatigue. So instead of going from those 44 alerts that aren't investigated, you get just a manageable handful of them that are really actionable, and we provide guided experiences around to help you quickly understand the scope and take action. And AI really applies across the spectrum there, not only in detection, but how we think about creating incidents and building incident investigation experiences for you. It's really baked into lots of places within Azure Sentinel. And then the final piece is automation, which lots of folks talk about, but we don't see it in practice being implemented or implemented in meaningful ways in a lot of enterprise SOCs. And here, automation is really built in to Azure Sentinel in the way that we really think will enable you to apply it to manual processes and to speed response. So Azure Sentinel does this all by delivering an end-to-end solution for your security operations team. And that starts, of course, with collecting all of your data, but not just collecting that data, but getting insights into that data. And we do that through workbooks, which you'll see in a few minutes, and the ability to easily query that data. You can begin applying analytics to that data to find threats that require your attention. You can hunt through all of that data using built-in exploratory queries. And we even have tools like Bookmarks and Livestream, which help you to track notable events and monitor for new activities. You can manage and investigate incidents using graphs and timeline views. Again, we'll spend a few minutes walking through some of those in a minute. And finally, automate investigation and remediation playbooks. And I want to highlight there that we're not just talking about using playbooks for remediation. We really need to think about kind of across the set of work that you're doing in your SOC, how can we apply automation to that? And all of this is being powered by a community of security analysts. And it's backed by Microsoft security researchers who are leveraging their vast experience protecting Microsoft services at massive scale. They contribute analytics and queries and workbooks and playbooks and much more, which you'll see are kind of built into the Azure Sentinel experiences. So I'm going to take you through 10 steps today to modernize your SIEM using Azure Sentinel. Brought a little bit of structure to our discussion. Hopefully these will be pretty actionable for you, so you can use this as a bit of a guide when you get back to your office and you're ready to go implement Azure Sentinel. This will be a sort of a guidebook for you to achieve that. And as we're stepping through these, just a little bit of a preview, I'm shamelessly giving away prizes along the way to keep you engaged. So you'll see some of those pop up along the way. So don't leave, hang in there. It'll be worth it, I hope. We're going to start with visibility. And again, number one thing there is to be able to collect all of your security data at scale from any source. Super, super, super important. And that starts by collecting data from not only your on-premises environments, but all of your cloud environments, not just your Microsoft clouds, but your other clouds as well. And so we offer a number of ways to do that. For Azure and Microsoft 365, so being able to get your security alerts and activity data from those sources, you can enable them in literally one click. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. So those are just built in, as you might expect, baked in to Azure Sentinel. Super, super easy to turn those on. We also offer a series of collectors for both Windows and Linux. And these can collect a variety of different kinds of logs, We prefer, or often, those are leveraging the common event format, Ceph, if you're familiar with that. That's sort of a standard way that lots of security technologies sort of format their data for ingestion and SIEM and other kinds of technologies. So that's a pretty common way to ingest your data into Azure Sentinel, is using collectors and the Ceph format. We also have a couple of specialized connectors that are available for your threat intelligence data. One of those is through the Microsoft Graph Security API. And you can do that. You can call the API directly to send indicators into Azure Sentinel. But we also have native integrations with a number of threat intelligence platforms, Threat Connect, MISP, which is an open source solution, and many others. So if you're already using one of those tools, they're already integrated. Turn on the connector and you can send your threat intelligence data through that. And then we just announced this week support for a new Taxi data collector, which enables you to send data into our Taxi client in the STIX format. So if you guys are familiar, STIX Taxi, kind of a standard protocol and schema for threat intelligence data, and we now support that as well. And then finally, you can send data into our REST APIs. Those go into custom log tables and Azure Sentinel. So think about just the wide variety of different security data that exists out there. Certainly we can ingest those logs via the API if the other methods don't support them already. So that data is coming in through those different data connectors, and it's going into Azure Monitor Log Analytics. So we leverage Log Analytics as our underlying data store. It's a amazing platform, processes 2 petabytes, I think, of data a day, something like that. So high-scale Log Analytics platform sort of operates as the basis for Azure Sentinel. And when Sentinel adds all of the security analytics that run on top of that, the experiences that we're going to look at today. So once you have your data flowing in, I mentioned earlier the ability to get instant insights from that data, and workbooks are one way to do that. So most data connectors come with workbooks, and there's a gallery of those that you can leverage that are built sometimes by the folks that built the data connectors or just contributed by other community experts. So you can choose from this gallery of workbooks. You can also customize or create your own. You can take advantage of rich visualization options. This can even include, I saw today, I wasn't aware of this, that you can create graph visualizations. You can also do maps. There's a really cool blog post that got published recently about how to do graphs inside of Azure Sentinel using workbooks. So lots of different interesting ways to do visualizations using workbooks. And they're all interactive, so you can quickly filter your data and pivot your views. So a great tool for your security analysts. And of course, you can use those to gain insight not only into one data source, but where they really become more powerful is when you mash up data from multiple data sources. That's where you begin to get probably the most interesting insights in your workbooks is when you do that. And then we did announce a number of new data connectors. Most of those have workbooks associated with them as well. This week, there's Barracuda and Citrix and a new a data connector for F5 and Trend Micro and others, and of course that Taxi connector that I mentioned a few minutes ago. So with that, we're going to pop over and take a look at this in the demo. Okay, welcome to Azure Sentinel. This is the overview dashboard. We're going to move directly, though, from the overview into data connectors. So as I mentioned earlier, they're data connectors for virtually all of the Microsoft security cloud services, I should say, including the security services. Also other clouds, so we can see here that Amazon Web Services, there's a connector available for that. And at a glance, you can sort of see what is connected. Those are the green connectors versus the gray ones that haven't yet been enabled. You can also get a sense of the data volume that's flowing through that connector, when was the last data received, and any related content, in this case, workbooks or queries. So that's sort of the structure of the data connectors. Again, that's other cloud services, Microsoft Cloud Services, Microsoft Security Technologies. Here's the new Barracuda Cloud Gen Firewall that I mentioned earlier. I also wanted to point out, we talked a moment ago about the common event format, the CEF. So if you don't see your product or service on this list, there's a decent chance that they can be enabled using this kind of generic CEF connector. A lot of security technologies support this already, and so it's available as well for those services that don't yet have direct connectors. And I wanted to point out the new threat intelligence connector. That's this guy here. And as I mentioned, this enables you to configure your taxi server to send indicators in the 620 format into Azure Sentinel. Once you get your threat intelligence in, you can use it to do detections, to match that up against your event data. You can integrate it into your hunting queries and that sort of thing. So we'll look at some examples of how you can leverage that earlier. So you can easily configure all of your taxi connections here in the new taxi data connector. And then finally, I wanted to click in and show you a workbook. One I think is kind of good is the Microsoft Cloud App Security has an interesting view. So if we click over, I've already got this loaded here for us. So here we can see lots of different ways to sort of visualize the data, right? We can see the latest discovery alerts. We can see different alerts from the Microsoft Cloud Apps security solution by alert name. We get metrics views. One just kind of quick thing I wanted to show you that I thought sort of demonstrated the ability to easily do this filtering is here we see users sorted by the volume of downloads that they're doing. So certainly it looks like Megan has a significant amount of downloads, certainly more than her peers. And so we can click on her in the graph, or in the chart, I should say. And you didn't see because my screen is kind of blown up, but the rest of the workbook sort of pivoted to show me specific information about Megan's activities, as opposed to earlier we're kind of looking across all of our customers. So just one really, really simple example. Again, I encourage you to check out the blog that talks about mapping. There's some really cool things that you can do with map visualizations here as well. And the final thing I wanted to show you is once you've got all of this data flowing into Azure Sentinel, it's all there for you to query using KQL. So we'll just take a quick look at that. We can see all of the data tables that are available. We can see our common security log, for example, security alert data that's flowing in. I'm going to run a very, very simple saved query here just to give you a quick idea of what that looks like. Just going to look at sign-in logs. So very, very quickly, it's returning a set of results to me, and I can see those in the table format, and I can click into view additional information. Got a little bigger for you. Additional information there. What I thought was interesting is if I pivot to look at the chart view, Smart Diagnostics has identified an anomaly for me. So just by clicking in here, I get the benefit of, I mean, yes, I can look at it and sort of see that something unique is going on. But if I click in even further, I get a detailed information about the specific patterns that are unique here. Tried to make this big so you could see it, but it's not great from a visualizations perspective. Okay, so I can see, kind of specifically where we've got a deviation from the pattern, and I can run to get additional information, and then I can see the actual results again back here in my table view. So I mentioned earlier the ability to do hunting, and one of the things that you can leverage to help you with hunting and investigation is bookmarks. So when you find an interesting or a notable event, you can add it as a hunting bookmark. So you can sort of save this event for later investigation. And I'll show you some things that you can do with it here in a few minutes. So you can very, very quickly search over all of this data using KQL. You can bookmark interesting things once all of that data is flowing through. Okay, first prize opportunity. There is a $50 Microsoft Store gift card on the line. One disclaimer, most of our government attendees are not able to accept gifts, so if that is you, I'd ask that you please decline. But I would love to hear. If anyone knows, step up to, there's several mics around. Feel free to pop up to a mic and let me know if you know the answer to this. What data can you ingest in Azure Sentinel at no cost?
365.
Office 365 activity logs, you're a winner. Step back, come back at the end of the presentation and we will give you your gift card. And thank you, sir. There'll be many other opportunities throughout, so we'll hope to catch you on the next one. So yes, Azure Activity Logs, Office 365 Activity Logs, and alerts from Microsoft Threat Protection are available in Azure Sentinel at no cost. So you have no reason not to stand up Sentinel instance and connect this data to get that instant value that we just talked about. So moving on to analytics. So we've got our data flowing through, we got some instant insights from our workbooks, and now we want to do something more meaningful. We want to get some detections operating on top of this data. And you do that in analytics. So again here, there are hundreds of built-in analytics rules that you can choose from. You can also customize and create your own rules using KQL queries. And there's a nice little wizard process that we'll look at here in a minute that kind of steps you through that experience. So these can be kind of simple rule-based analytics, but they can also be much more complex. You can do correlation of your event data, and there are dozens of built-in rules that will help you to correlate your event data with threat intelligence. So again, you can now get all of that threat intelligence data into Azure Sentinel, and out of the box, there are a set of detection rules that you can run on top of that. So if there's network traffic going to or from an IP address that is part of your threat intelligence data, you can use that to fire a detection. And then also this week we announced a new opportunity to do matching of your event data with Microsoft Threat Intelligence. We're starting with a scenario that enables you to match URL data with network event data. And again, that's kind of leveraging this vast set of intelligence that we have here at Microsoft. We think is part of the secret sauce that enables us to protect ourselves and to help protect you. And now you can leverage that for the first time in Azure Sentinel as well. One other thing I wanted to point out, because automation is a theme that sort of is pervasive throughout Sentinel, is you can use these detections to automatically trigger playbooks. So if a particular kind of detection fires, you may want to automatically take action to remediate or maybe to gather additional information that might be helpful for investigation. And so you can just have those triggered automatically based on the detections. And we'll look at, again, how you kind of build those. One of the kinds of detections that are available in Azure Sentinel leverage ML, and they do that with the goal of increasing the catch rate without increasing the noise. So there are built-in ML models, and you can turn these on. No experience is required. You don't have to know anything about ML. Once your data is flowing through, those models are going to begin to learn and detect things inside your environment. And there's a couple of these in particular that I wanted to call out. One that leverages off-the-shelf machine learning models for identifying suspicious logins across Microsoft Identity Services. So we've taken this, this model, we've used transferred learning from that existing model to detect anomalous SSH access within your environment. So that's where we're looking at a single source of data, but we're applying ML learning to detect real threats out of that data. The other example that I wanted to highlight is using machine learning to do fusion. It's the term we sort of coined to describe this, which is to take distinct data sets and to use ML to fuse those together in meaningful ways. And you can see from the chart on the right-hand side here kind of the impact that fusion can have for you. So in this example, we started out with literally billions of different events. Identity-based events, Office, Azure events, billions of events. And from that, each of these solutions looked for anomalies, likely fired a detection or alert based on that. And that's great, but we still see millions of those, which are way, way, way too many for your SOC team to analyze and respond to. It's definitely these are going in the 44% bucket, right? But we've applied graph-powered ML and probabilistic kill chain to help detect threats. So basically, we're fusing these together, but we're trying to figure out what are important patterns in terms of ordering, sequencing, right? So thinking about how these different things relate to the kill chain and fusing them together based on that machine learning into a single incident. And then we will have the ability to bring your own ML models in the near future for those of you who are further along in your ML journey. And with that, we're going to pop over for a quick demo. All right, so we're going to start in analytics. That's where we configure the rules. And we've got many of them already running. Uh-oh. Oh, bingo. Okay, thank you. Okay, back in analytics. We see a list of alert rules here that we can enable. And kind of a blown up view is squishing everything together a little bit. But we can see that there are different types of rules. There are scheduled rules. We'll look at those in a moment. There are some that come out of the box with Microsoft. These enable you to do things like you may want to automatically promote all high severity detections from Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection, for example, into incidents. You can do that. There are fusion-based rules here. We just talked about fusion and its ability to help you detect from those millions of signals real threats that require response. But I want to pick a kind of more of a straightforward one here. Search. To show you how easy it is to enable these. Okay, so here I'm looking at a template. I've already got this in use, but because I can create new detections, I can customize the query as I'm doing that. It still exists in my template library. There are other kinds of detections that I can only turn on or off, like the ML detections. I can't really customize those detections, so once I've turned that template on, it moves out of my template library and into my active list. So I mentioned earlier the ability to use the wizard in Azure Sentinel to create these detections. And so that starts with very basic information. What is the alert? Name of the alert, a short description. All of the detections can be tagged according to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So you can define one or multiple stages here. You can set the severity, turn it on or off. And here you get into the underlying query that's really powering this detection. And we can see here that that's looking at threat intelligence data. It's making sure that threat intelligence is recent, it hasn't expired yet, that it's active. It's looking for only IOCs that have the entities that we want. In this case, we're looking for URLs to match against. It's joining that with syslog data, and it's extracting out the URL from the syslog message. And when it finds a match with the URL, threat intelligence type, it's generating an alert. So I want to talk just a moment about this next stage, which is mapping those two entities. So entities are very important for investigation, and you'll see that in a minute when we get into the investigation graph. They enable us to create relationships and to link together these different alerts and events that are firing across your organization. So as much, if the data that we're looking at here contains those entities, it's really important to map them. So we'll see here that, for example, I don't have the URL entity mapped. It's a brand new entity we just launched, but I'm going to do that here. And I'll show you the power of that in a moment. Some other things we can do are determine a frequency by which we want this to run. We could set a threshold. We only want this alert to fire if we've got multiple instances that are matching, that sort of thing. And here's where we can tie a playbook to that. So here we're looking for TI that matches malicious URL data that we have in our threat intelligence data store. And so maybe we want to run a playbook that's going to block that IP address if an alert fires, or block the URL. So I can choose this block URL playbook as part of my analytics process. It's going to automatically validate that my query is valid, and then I can go ahead and create that. So then, as matches occur, I will see those represented as incidents, which we'll look at here in a moment. And time for another prize. Who could tell me what the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center names activity groups after? This one's a hard one. And I was going to give you a clue when we were looking at analytics, but I forgot. Is anyone going to give me a guess? Any guess gets you a gift card. Step on up to the mic.
Over here?
Oh. Yeah. Okay. What is
Elements?
it? Elements. You are correct. Very good. Elements of the periodic table are used to name activity groups. And a recent blog post highlighted activity by Phosphorus to target users that relate to the US presidential campaign. What I forgot to show you, though, was that the Microsoft Threat Intelligence team contributed analytics rules to Sentinel, and so we have rules baked into Sentinel now to detect for Phosphorus activity. So they take the learning that they got and they build that into Azure Sentinel to benefit you. Okay, moving on to hunting. So I mentioned earlier that that you can also hunt over this data, and we built a guided experience to help you through that process. So there is the ability to run these built-in threat hunting queries, and again, you can do that without any prior knowledge. Now, of course, you can customize these queries as well. You can create your own using KQL, so it has all the extensibility you want, but you can just run them out of the box. Again, these things were developed by our Microsoft security experts and contributed by community members. And they help you to identify suspicious activities by sort of querying over this massive amount of data that you have. And when you find interesting things, you can integrate them into your investigation experiences. I'll show you that in a minute. I also mentioned bookmarks and live stream. So let's say you're hunting, you run a query, you find something interesting, and you want to flag it for later. You can do that by creating a bookmark from that event. And then you can take that bookmark and use it to start an incident investigation. So you can create a new incident based on this interesting or suspect event that you uncovered, or you can add it to an existing investigation. So what starts first? Detection and then investigation, or a detection and then hunting, or hunting and then an investigation. It's all kind of woven together, and the two things work nicely together. So regardless of where you're starting your experience, from investigating an incident or from hunting directly over data, the two things can be wed together. And then we also have a new ability to monitor a live stream of new threat-related activity. So you can define a query, and anytime new matches are found for the query, you can see those available in a live stream. So if you've got something in particular that you want to keep an eye on, live stream is a way to do that. And then Jupyter Notebooks. I mentioned these earlier. So Jupyter Notebooks can now be launched directly from Azure Sentinel. That's relatively new. And that makes it easy to create and execute Jupyter Notebooks to analyze your data. So Jupyter Notebooks combine live data and graphics and visualizations and text, which should make them a pretty valuable tool for a lot of threat hunters. So you can choose from a gallery of built-in notebooks, again, developed by Microsoft security experts and community members, or you can import others from GitHub to get started. These are really professional strength hunting solutions, and we use them ourselves within our own threat hunting teams. Time for another quick demo. Don't look up that question while I'm demoing here. So again, we're seeing a bit of a mashed up view of this just because I wanted you to be able to maybe see it from the back of the room. But what we've got here when we launch the hunting experience is that set of built-in queries that I mentioned earlier. And you can see what data source that's hunting over. You can see which tactics they're related to. You can come in here and just run all of the queries if you want, or we can choose to run just a specific query. So this one is looking for suspicious network traffic patterns using a time delta analysis. And so we run that and we see some interesting events firing. And I showed you a bit of a preview of this earlier, but from here we can add a hunting bookmark for this. And again, we want to, as much as possible, map that to related entities so that we'll get the benefit of those in the investigation graph later. For the essence of time, I'm just going to go ahead and click save on this and move on. So now that that bookmark is saved for me, I can take action on it. So I can create a new incident on that and begin further investigation. I can add it to an existing incident as well. Okay. Where can you find and share hunting queries for Azure Sentinel? There was someone in the back of the room earlier. If you know the answer, I'm happy to. Don't want to ignore you over there. Okay. GitHub. GitHub is the answer. You are correct. Hundreds of contributions, including data connectors, workbooks, analytics, rules, queries, parsers, functions, all of this are available on our GitHub repo, and we strongly encourage you to share your expertise and knowledge by contributing there as well. Incidents. So I talked earlier, oh, I did it again. Okay. So we talked earlier about detections. Detections, either a single detection or multiple detections, can be fused together into incidents. And from the incident, we can begin an investigation experience. So I mentioned earlier the ability to do this in a graph, and that's what we're looking at here. So we've got an anonymous login attempt, and we see a couple of related entities, a user who was the user account that signed in, and the machine that they were signing into. And so we can begin our investigation for looking for additional information. Are there any other alerts firing related to this machine? And in fact, we see that there are. And we can click in on those to learn more. Here we can see that there was a connection to a malicious URL. Looks like we also see a suspicious PowerShell. I'm going to go back to this suspicious URL entity. Yeah. I want to view related entities. What's interesting here is we talked about earlier that new URL entity, and we see that this particular alert is mapped to a URL entity. And when we click in on that URL, we see the results of automated built-in detonation. So when you create an analytic rule that maps to a URL, Azure Sentinel will automatically detonate that URL and share the results with you here. This is incredibly powerful. So here we can see We can see the destination URL looks a bit suspect. And we can see this is actually the URL that showed up in the alert. But this is where it took us. And this is what that looked like. So very, very quickly, we know that this is a malicious URL, and we can take action. We can also trigger automated playbooks from the same experience. I'm running a little bit tight on time, so I'm not going to show you that, but similar kind of experience that we saw earlier. We can click in, view our list of playbooks, and sort of go from there. And we're actually going to pivot over and talk about those here next. But before we do that, we have another, and this is our big grand finale, $100 prize here. There's a big hint in what we just looked at, so hopefully someone will get this. Defenders think in, and attackers think in.
Lists and graphs.
Yes, who was that? Yes, that is correct. Infamous John Lambert of the Microsoft Security and the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center said that defenders think in lists and attackers think in graphs, and that's why we built our investigation experience around graphs. Automation is the last piece of the puzzle, and we've talked a fair amount about that already. I'm incapable of clicking the right screen button today. Okay. So automation and orchestration done using integrated Azure Logic Apps. Hopefully you guys are familiar with those, with Azure Logic Apps. They're pretty cool. They enable you to create these orchestrated playbooks that can execute a series of steps. There are 200 connectors that are available for a wide variety of third-party, Microsoft and third-party solutions, enable you to build out these automated workflows. There are samples available in our GitHub that you can use to quickly create your own playbooks. And as we mentioned earlier, you can trigger those from an alert or an investigation. And I just want to encourage you to think about automation and playbooks a bit more broadly than just remediation. I mentioned that earlier, but we're seeing lots of different use cases for playbooks, and that starts with incident management. So the ability to assign an incident to an analyst, to open a ticket in ServiceNow or Jira, to keep that incident status in sync, to post it in a Teams or a Slack channel. Another important area for automation is enrichment and investigation. So being able to look up a geo for an IP address, for example, or to trigger an automated investigation in Microsoft Defender ATP, or to send a verification email to a user. So if you see a suspicious login, you can send that user a notification and say, hey, was this you? And if they say, no, that wasn't me, you can get that assigned to an analyst. You can reset that user's password or apply conditional access. And then finally, of course, remediation, which is also super important. So you can do things like blocking an IP address, maybe in your on-prem firewall, and in your endpoints using the Graph Security API, triggering conditional access, isolating a machine, those sorts of things. And since we saw that earlier, I'm not going to spend very much time on the demo. 45 minutes is just not much time. And I hit the wrong button again. Okay, so just a quick view of a playbook for those of you who haven't seen it before. So again, it's going to orchestrate a series of steps. That's going to start with an Azure Sentinel trigger, in this case based on an alert. And you can see how the sequence sort of flows. You can open an incident in ServiceNow. You can post in a Teams channel. Here's the approval email that you can send to the user. So you can see that that can be populated with different details pulled from the Azure Sentinel alert. You can apply conditions. So if that user says in that email, yes, it was me, you can decide to take different action based on that. If it was not them, you could block that user in Active Directory. If it was them, you could just close the incident out. Nothing more to do there. Lots of powerful capabilities in Azure Logic Apps, and they're built in to Azure Sentinel. So I wanted to give you just a quick glimpse of the roadmap as we get ready to close. We have delivered a ton of stuff since we launched public preview at RSA last year. Lots and lots and lots of new connectors, lots of new detections, the investigation graph and entities, and we're constantly adding more entities. Workbooks, which provide a much richer set of dashboarding and visualization capabilities, and much, much more. You can sort of read down the list. You might be asking what's coming next, and that is more data connectors with more Microsoft services, more third-party security technologies, Logstash, more built-in detections, both rule-based and ML. You'll continue to see innovation there. Just like when Mystic detected activity for the phosphorus group, they instantly built into Azure Sentinel new rules to help address that threat. So you can just expect that to continue to happen on an ongoing basis. I mentioned the first use cases for leveraging Microsoft Threat Intelligence inside of Sentinel, and you'll see more scenarios around that light up. The ability to bring your own ML models. We're going to support a much, much richer level of threat intelligence data, the full STIX object, more user entities, and much, much more. So lots of stuff coming down the pipe. Finally, I want to encourage you to check out some of the other Azure Sentinel sessions. We didn't go very deep today into Jupyter Notebooks in particular, and we have some really smart people here from our Mystic team that are doing sessions. We have some partners that are really invested here as well. So I wanted to call out the threat hunting sessions that leverage Jupyter Notebooks. And then the other one, if you're interested in learning more about Sentinel, that I just strongly, strongly encourage you to attend is Nicholas's session on Thursday, the Get Instant Value from Your SIEM. He has been working with many, many customers on real deployments, and I think has some really valuable real-world advice that you can apply to do your own Azure Sentinel deployment. So encourage you, if there's interest in either of those, to invest some time in that. Lots of resources to help you get started. And I'll leave you with the evaluation slide and just a couple of words, which is to say thank you so much for investing your time here. Again, the level of energy and enthusiasm around Azure Sentinel has just been overwhelming, and we're really excited about where this is going and hope to continue that journey together. Thank you so much.
To Microsoft Protect Days. Thank you for joining. Hello everyone, welcome to Microsoft Protect Days. Thank you for joining. My name is Suresh Kumar. I'm an architect for Modern Workplace and I specialize in the security workloads. Today in this webinar, I'll be talking to you about security management and identity protection, some of the best cases or recommendations that you as a partner can go deliver in our customer ecosystem. So with that as the context, let's get started. The first thing I want to discuss is about Microsoft Secure, right? Microsoft security vision is to enable our customers, of course through you, to take the advantage of digital transformation and embrace the technology that's available to them, but securely. We have a unique way to do that. The first is about providing a secure platform. And then second is to offer a unique intelligence through the breadth and depth of signals that we have. I want to talk about that in more detail later. And then we have a third, which is the partnership we have in the industry across the business and government. So I'll show you what I just referred to in the slide. So our unique approach, as I mentioned, is platforms plus intelligence plus partners, right? The new understanding has definitely led us in building new solutions for our customers. It's definitely building a platform that looks holistically across all critical endpoints. We'll talk about this in the upcoming slides. Acting on the intelligence that comes from our security-related signals and insights, it basically helps us build an insight that kind of goes and percolates into each one of our services that we offer, which is the Intelligent Security Graph. I have a specific slide for that, which I'll walk you through in a bit. And then finally, fostering a vibrant ecosystem of partners. partners like you, and also partners in the security business, particularly in the governments with whom we have an MOU. So basically, we work with them in kind of creating this or kind of enhancing our security offering, basically, right? In fact, we have about 30 to 40 companies, security vendors, basically, whom we are working with. They also work with some of the leading industries who specialize in security, and then take that holistic services that they offer and kind of culminate with that with ours, and then give that holistic security offering. So definitely this is the theory behind it, but we'll go into the details of it, the integrities of it in the upcoming slide. That might probably help you understand it in a much better way. All right, so now taking the first pivot, the platform itself. Across our platforms, we look at security across identity, across access management, threat protection, information protection, and security management. And as I said, having a holistic approach to securing these areas improves the security posture, right? That is what you are going to offer either as a service or a managed services that you want to take it to our customers. Having an holistic approach to securing these areas improves the security posture, right? Let me build this slide that probably might help you understand what I'm referring to. All of these technology stacks are important for us, right? As protecting, detecting, and responding in all of these enables a holistic security posture, and that's why we made such a deep investment in our platform. So in our platforms, irrespective of whether it is Office 365, Azure, Windows, Bing, or whatever that we offer as a platform, each one of them has a security embedded in it already, right? And it is holistic also. It is not a siloed solution. It is holistic. They talk to each other, and I'll tell you why it is important for these services to be holistic, to be seen holistically, and why it is important for them to be integrated, right? We'll talk about that. Next, let's spend some time understanding what is the Microsoft Security Management here, right? How can Microsoft help better manage the security controls, workflows, policies, and more to help the security posture of the customers whom we are going to service, right? These are our customers who are looking for a security management solution, and Microsoft is giving you that platform basically where you can build certain services, certain capabilities, and take it to the customer, right? So we will talk about that. Now, first thing first, let's spend some time in understanding some of the challenges, right? Across industries, challenges in the security management includes ever increasing complexity of attacks, right? That ultimately leads to a lot of deployments of more solutions, right? Generally, if a business is attacked, they'll definitely go after a point solution, right? They want to add one more stack of security or one more cover of security, basically to kind of mitigate the kind of attack that they've gone through. Given that the attacks are constantly evolving, the threats are evolving constantly, this means that more attack surface that needs to be protected. In some cases, you may also end up having multiple point solutions, right? Even with a single workload to address a specific security concern. And we've kind of seen this, right? In many of our customer engagements, we see this day in and day out, where there are numerous vendors offering point solutions, and they are all being implemented just to solve a particular scenario or a particular or to solve for a particular threat, right? However, managing this growing number of individual security controls will become a true nightmare, right? And that's what you've also seen in your customer engagements, where the solutions do not talk to each other. Definitely, they might be delivering what they are expected to do. If it's a security solution that understands or it is meant to understand any threats that are evolving through an email channel, right? There could be a point solution for that, and it might be doing it pretty well. But is it doing the integration with other investments the customer has already made? If not, then it is really not adding value in this ecosystem, right? So that's a bigger challenge that we want to address, right? So while this is definitely available, you have a lot of visibility to this already. What is then going on in the mind of a CISO, right? Definitely while you're talking to the CISOs of a business, what should the CISO seek in order to have a good security management solution, right? In today's connected technology-driven world, where digital transformation is the only way to survive for organizations, an effective security management practice becomes the cornerstone for any long-term strategy of a CIO or a CISO, right? Regardless of their industry, right? Whether your assets are deployed in the cloud or on-premise, or it's in a hybrid setup, which is most case for your customers, our customers, right? The organization has definitely 4 imperatives. Basically, there are 4, I wouldn't put it as an imperative, maybe I'll call it as 4 elements of any business, which the business invests significantly in managing, protecting, and controlling and whatnot, right? Those 4 elements or entities of a business are identity, devices or the endpoints, basically, apps and data, and definitely the infrastructure, right? Across all these 4 components, an effective security management solution should provide basically 3 tenets, right? 3 tenets, that is visibility, control, and guidance, right? This is what a customer is basically looking at. A customer, basically the one whom you're going and interacting with, the CISOs, they are looking at, right? They want this kind of a solution which provides them a full visibility that helps in understanding the security state, the risk that they have in their estate across their resources, and then probably built in security controls to help them define some consistent security policies, right? And also be able to have that guidance, right? An effective guidance to help them evaluate their security, basically through actionable intelligence, and then through recommendations also, right? This is exactly what the customers are looking for. And while you go and have this conversation with customers for these imperatives, you have a solution already in front of you that you can readily offer it to the customers, and they can readily consume it also. So we'll see how that happens, right? Let me switch to the next slide. So let's take a closer look now into how Microsoft can help provide that visibility, control, guidance, right? To enhance the security posture of the customer's organization across those 4 key components that I referred to in the earlier slide: the identities, the data, the users, or rather the devices, the applications, and the security, basically, which kind of forms as the building block or the elements of a business. All right, so an effective security management solution is not about a single console, right? Effective security management integrates where it really counts, right? But also offers a specialized tool for different functions. Like we can have a consolidate many to few, while ensuring that there is a specialized team that have flexibility and freedom to manage their security as per the unique needs, right? So if we are able to culminate the signals, as I was referring to in one of the earlier slides, where we get intelligence from, let's say, the identities, the devices, the apps, and the infrastructure of a business, and then through those signals that we are able to gather, where our MLs will run to generate certain intelligence, and that intelligence is available or consumable in the form of an intelligent security graph. That gives that basically creates the visibility, control, and guidance that businesses will need, right? Everything is fully automated here. There is no need for somebody to go and build this intelligence grounds up. It's readily available. All you need to do is go and consume them, right? It's as simple as that. So basically, if I have to provide a summary of that, Microsoft will provide you that intelligent security management, right, with a specialized control based on the security team's needs, and then visibility where it is needed, right, and also guidance on how to harden the organization security posture based on the intelligence that we are able to harness from the 4 elements of that business, right? Taking their own business data and providing them intelligence. So that's how efficient or effective this whole solution is, right, in building the visibility the business needs. All right. So let's first look into the visibility, right? That's the first imperative. We saw in the earlier slides that the 3 security management imperatives, that is the visibility, control, and guidance. Now taking a deeper look into visibility, let's roll into another slide. for visibility for the identities, right? Microsoft Identity and Access Management Service, as part of our Azure Active Directory, it provides the access, usage, and security reports to kind of gain that visibility into the integrity and security of organizations directory, right? With this information, a directory administrator can better determine where possible a security risk that may lie, so that they can go adequately plan to mitigate those risks, right? If you have those visibilities right in front of you, as an administrator, you could probably go and solve for that problem, right? I'll show you in the demo as well as to how you can do that. With Azure Active Directory, you can probably analyze, let's say, user-specific report that displays devices and the sign-in activity for a specific user, or review the activity log that contains a record of all audited events within the last 24 hours, right? And then it could be within the last 24 hours, or it could be last 7 days, or the last 30 days, as well as group activity, password resets, any user activities per se will be available in the form of a audit log, right? In addition, Azure Active Directory will also provide that deep visibility into privileged identities, right? Because for customers, while you go and talk to customers, one of the pressing challenges for them could be for how to solve for privileged identities, right? Because you could have seen in many such threats that you might have heard of, or even the customer is going to refer to, where and privileged identity is what an adversary will go after, right? Because that is where the meat is, that is where they can make a maximum impact, right? And how do we solve for those privileged identities? Because business will have to still run with user identities which carries elevated privileges, right? How do you solve for that? So later in the conversation, I'll also take you through the demo of how you can set up those privileged identities and have some controls around them, right? So with this is how you can probably solve for some of the identity challenges, right? I'm not telling that this is only limited to what I just mentioned. While we go into the demo, probably you might be able to explore a little bit more. But what I'm trying to convey here is, look at identity as that one imperative that businesses have to definitely solve for, right? Because adversaries who are attacking businesses are definitely attacking the identities, right? Identity forms that bare minimum a business represents, right? Every user in that business has an identity, and that identity has to be protected, has to be controlled. There should be some governance, there should be some reporting, there should be some monitoring, auditing, everything that is needed for the businesses to run in a same way, right? So for that, you need to have certain capabilities which Azure Active Directory will offer you out of the box, right? Those visibilities, as I just alluded to, right? One could be sign-in risks. There are other things like identity protection and many other things which I'll talk to you in an upcoming slide. But at the crux of it, make sure that when you're talking to customers, or if you are the customer, you should be thinking at how can I have a control, or how can I protect my identities, right? What kind of solutions can I build or consume out of the box, which can make my identities protected all the time, right? I want to make sure that my identities remain secure throughout, and what kind of solutions can I build? So some of the recommendations will show you. So some of those are the best recommendations that we offer to you that you can go and readily consume out of the box, right? We will talk about that in the upcoming slide. So next thing is about the visibility for devices, right? Security teams would often require a solution that helps them determine the compliance and the compliance and to identify additional security configurations for the devices, right? If you see, the Windows Defender ATP will provide that visibility, that Windows security analytics, right, as we have to put it, which provides both security management and security operations team the visibility that they need into the security state of their endpoints, and also be able to enable them to proactively address some configuration issues to reduce the attack surface, right? The Windows Security Analytics will provide that visibility into the device security posture without needing to manually gather any information in the form of a report from the IT team, right? Because it is constantly polling, it's constantly in touch with the Windows Cloud Services, where it is constantly sending the Windows health details, right? you can also be thoughtful here as to we are not collecting any personal data of AI. We are extremely mindful of all that information, what we need to collect from the endpoint. So we only collect events, right? Basically the diagnostic events as we call it. Basically you can have the lowest of diagnostic events to the fullest in the form of a verbose. That gets collected, processed, and the analytics gets generated around that, right? The Windows Security Analytics Dashboard, as you're seeing here, the security center basically, that provides with organization security score. One tells what is the health of the entire estate, and then the trend over a period of time, the security coverage, list of supported Windows security controls that are available, the improvement opportunities. Basically, while it is giving the secure score, it is also telling that, hey, if you perform these itemized list of recommendations that I have for you, your risk score is also going to grow, right? It's also going to improve. So follow these instructions that I'm providing you, these recommendations that I'm providing you, and you can see the scores improving, right? So that is what we'll get to that later as we move forward. So overall, the detailed view the security control team will actually get, considering all the available settings and how to keep the things, how to keep the endpoints up to date. So that's what the visibility the security teams will actually get, right? The visibility in terms of the complete health of an endpoint and what they can do in improving that health going forward, be it patching, be it updating a security policy in that endpoint, so on and so forth, right? So they have now full control on those endpoints as well, right? So that's the bottom line here. And then, of course, the other elements of the business as we move forward will be the apps and data, right? So basically for the apps and data, Office 365 includes the audit logs. This helps understand what users are doing within the service to aid in investigations that you are currently undergoing. The logs can actually be easily accessed and searched via the security and compliance portal. So that's one single stop shop for all office related security information that you would need. For organizations that need to retain data beyond the 90 days, right? Because we have a retention period as well. For longer than 90 days, we can make much of that data that is available through management APIs, right? Which can be consumed by many SIEM solutions as well. So basically for Office or rather the application data or the Office data, the visibility can definitely be generated through some of our other services, which is the cloud application security, right? Today we have the all-up Microsoft or Azure cloud application security. This gives visibility of applications in the cloud, right? The SaaS applications basically, while businesses would be consuming a lot of SaaS applications through a very simple integration, either through an API integration or through a reverse proxy integration, we'll be able to have that visibility or generate that visibility that organizations need to understand how the apps and the data that is being rendered through that application is consumed, right? Whether there are any controls that can be implemented, right? There could be several issues or concerns the businesses could have, right? Let's say, for example, the business is using a Salesforce application, right? It's a business application, but provided by a third party, right? What controls can the business have in this case, right? Because it's a third-party provisioned application, but they're consuming it for their business use. What kind of controls can we build in, right? Through very simple integrations through cloud application security. One, you can build that visibility of who is using that application and for what reasons, right? And how they are using it in the first place. If there is any anomalies that you detect, right? Let's say the anomaly could be a genuine anomaly where the user who's consuming that Salesforce application is apparently traveling. Maybe they are on the road and they want to access that application from, let's say, a mobile device because they do not have access to their laptops for whatever reason, right? It's not a managed device. Now they have to consume it from an unmanaged device like a mobile phone. So in that case, what happens is the API level integration that we do and the conditional access policy will actually come together to solve for one bigger problem, right? Which is access to that data. We want to limit that access to the data, right? We don't want a user in any case to be having an access to an enterprise data on an unmanaged device, right? How do you control that? How do you provide a session level control? So we have built in certain capabilities which can be readily consumed, right? That will enable the businesses to ensure that even in these tangents where there is absolutely low IT policy interventions, you cannot go and control a SaaS provider, right? You can still go and have that control built into services, right? So that's the value that you can bring in while you're talking to your customers, right? And some of the things which I've already highlighted here, like an anonymous sign-in, right? That threat management, that is also super important because threats can now also originate from the SaaS side of offering, right? Where you have very, very limited or zero control. What if the threat is originating from there? How do you control that, right? We have those capabilities already built into our services, which can provide that out of the box. Let's now look into the visibility from an infrastructure standpoint. So managing security across increasingly distributed infrastructure is a complex scenario and can create a gap that are exploited definitely by the attackers, right? The Azure Security Center is a built-in service to Azure that enables you to monitor and access the security state of your Azure workloads. Obviously, while you're talking to the customers, you're definitely putting this in the same parlance that I'm currently using, where the customer, or you could be the customer as well, or you could be servicing a customer where they have services that are running in our Azure in our Azure. Right? Those products or services could be a VM in the first place, right? So how do you enable certain monitoring control for those services that they are offering or deploying from Azure, right? So it is also part of the security and compliance solution in Microsoft Organization, the Operations Management Suite, OMS. We used to call it OMS. It's now getting deprecated and we are moving into the Sentinel, SIEM and all of that. So you will see that there is definitely a lot of investment from Microsoft also in the infra side of security, right? You would have definitely heard of SIEM being that single window, basically which integrates with many other services or many other security investments the businesses have made. It could become that single point of view which generates a visibility into the entire security posture of that estate, right? And not just visibility, it's a SIEM solution. It generates visibility, it generates alerts, notifications, and many other things. It also has the ability to integrate with, let's say, a third-party service or a security solution which the business has already invested. It could be a Checkpoint, it could be a Barracuda, it could be Amazon Web Services, it could be many other things, right? We have a laundry list of services that we can integrate to. It can seamlessly integrate with them, get alerts from there, and provide that single pane of window, a pane of glass for the IT to have visibility into. And not just that. One, you're getting visibility. Two, you're able to remediate also through some of the inbuilt playbooks that we have. You have the ability to go and remediate certain threats also. So this is the kind of ability that we are kind of providing for businesses today, right? So the amount of investments that Microsoft is making, especially in the security side, is definitely something for partners like you to take it to the market, right? And have it delivered to our customers who are looking for certain solutions like this, right? Let's make this happen together. So that's the point that I wanted to make. All right, so we saw visibility in the previous slides. I also touched upon a bit of controls there and recommendations because they are overlapping services, right? We cannot definitely see them as a siloed thing. They are definitely overlapping, but we'll look a little deeper into what control means for Microsoft, right? And what investments that we are making. Definitely providing a consistent security policy and enabling controls are critical to the intelligent security management that we are offering, right? How do we do that? One, definitely you will see this many a times over and over again. This is our conditional access service, which is a contextual conditional access, right? Unlike a typical conditional access where you define a condition and then you define an action when that condition happens. Then your action will be defined basically telling that, hey, if this happens, do this. If this doesn't happen, then take this action, right? You're basically defining those conditions. What Microsoft did for a typical conditional access is brought in a context to it, right? We generally did not want to go blindly with a typical approach of conditional access. We wanted to blend in a context in which a user is coming, an identity is coming, and based on that context, we wanted to take a certain action, right? So we want to blend the context as well into the conditional access to take a particular action, right? It's as simple as that. So the Azure Active Directory identity and access management solution, it's designed to help organizations manage the user identities and associated access privileges, right? With capabilities such as conditional access, as I just referred to, and the user sign-in risk calculation, the multi-factor authentication, and the PIM, Azure Active Directory can help secure and restrict access to data, right? Whatever English that I just mentioned, if I have to put it to an use case, right? Let's say, in the same Salesforce example that I referred to earlier, if a user who is a genuine user, right? It's a genuine user. We have not seen any anomalies with the user identity. The user is simply trying to access Salesforce, which is the application that is provisioned from Azure, from an unmanaged device like a mobile device, right? When this user is trying to access, this user could be in any context, right? That is where it is important to understand the context where the user is coming from, right? If this user happens to be in a known location, which Azure Active Directory signals have already understood about this user, right? Let's say this user is from Bangalore, and this user is probably sitting in some coffee shop in Bangalore, and then from a free Wi-Fi that is available from there, he's trying to access this resource, right? From his mobile device. Now, when this user is performing this activity, we are seeing that from the user identity side, there is no issue, but from the device from which this access is coming, we are seeing that it is a new location for this user or a new IP address for this user, an unknown IP, and then it is coming from an unmanaged device, right? Basically, that's where we are going to calculate the risk that is associated with this user, right? Now, the risk is also a factor that needs to be determined based on the resource that is going to get consumed or accessed, right? The risk cannot be high always, right? If the resource that is going to be consumed, if it's a low risk application, your risk will also be low, right? You cannot have a high risk all the time. So since Salesforce is the example here, if the user is trying to access a Salesforce application, we will take a risk calculation depending on how the business has perceived the risk for accessing Salesforce, right? Since Salesforce is a business critical application, we will probably consider a policy here to consider the access to Salesforce as a high risk, right? Okay, so in that case, it will be a high risk access, and then the session is also high because the user is actually trying to access this from a unknown IP or a new IP address from an unmanaged device from wherever, right? From a coffee shop or a airport lounge or whatever, right? So we are seeing a lot of anomalies here, or rather an issue here that needs to be mitigated. And because of that, we will take a session risk also. Here, the session, since the session has to be allowed for this user, we'll take a conscious decision as to what kind of a session we should allow. Let's provide them a limited session where the user will still be able to access that application, right? He will still be allowed access, but with a session which is high or a high risk session, which means the user will be able to sign into that application, may be able to go and review certain things there, read only basically. But if the user performs any activities like download per se, the user will be restricted from doing that. So as simple as that, right? So with that, let's move on. The next thing is about what kind of controls you can have for the devices, right? Again, going into the device part of it, the ability to quickly be able to enable a full Windows security stack and configure it in a way that it is compliant. With the security policy is one of the most important security management practice that you will see. Also, your customers would be asking, or if you are a customer, you would definitely have this on your mind. So Microsoft will provide that centralized place to give a control over enabling and configuring the Windows security features, basically. So that's why I'm saying either through Azure as part of our Intune offering, where you can go and create certain policies, basically, that you can use out-of-the-box experience there, create certain policies which you can deploy to your devices seamlessly through Intune management service, and then those policies will go configure the device in a way that you want the security posture of the device enabled, right? As simple as that. either through Intune as a security channel or through SCCM. We have an ability where our cloud services and the online on-prem services or investments like SCCM are seamlessly integrated today. So we call it as a 4-step integration. It's as simple as 4 clicks today. So with 4 clicks, you can integrate SCCM with Intune and manage your devices, irrespective of whether they are disparate devices like mobiles, handhelds, and all of that, or it could be your servers, it could be your Linux boxes and all of that. So there is no limit here, right? Through this hybrid integration, of course. And then, of course, for the apps and data to help provide that better control over the security posture with the apps and data, Office 365 will provide a core set of services, as I mentioned earlier. We've gone through this in some of the previous slides as well, where in addition to the visibility, I also mentioned about what kind of controls you can build in, like the Cloud App Security will provide that capability to not just give you visibility of cloud applications, but also to be able to mitigate data or consumption of data. The DLP policies that we have with Office 365, right? Office 365 has built-in DLP policies that can be used to readily identify data. It can be a PII data, PCI, or PHI data. You can identify a data and have certain controls on how you want to render that information within the business or outside the business boundaries as well, right? You can have certain controls enabled, which can kind of mitigate some of these DLP situations, right? Where somebody says that I unintentionally shared a business sensitive information with somebody outside my business. How do you control that? Because it's an unintentional scenario, but you need to have certain controls for that, right? How do you mitigate for that? How do you solve for that? We have certain inbuilt controls today, right? And then finally, on the security side, on the infra, with definitely resources distributed across a hybrid environment, the management solution needs to be able to provide an agility and simply to be able to provide that agility and simplicity in managing the security solutions across these hybrid infra setup, right? So Azure Security Center will be able to provide a framework to define policies for a set of controls, right, which are recommended for resources within the specified subscription. You can define policies according to the customers, with either you as the customer or the customer for whom you are providing the service, based on their company security requirement and the type of applications or the sensitivity of the data that they carry, right? So the Security Center also helps provide build that security control for resources, so you can easily turn on protection, including anti-malware, network security groups, or web application firewall. It all lets you deploy an integrated partner solution from the same console, enabling an additional layer of security, right? Basically, that's like as a managed service that you're going to offer to the customer, right? So you can probably think around those lines and how you can probably build these capabilities, build these services and offerings that can be taken to customers. Okay. Finally, on the guidance, right? So after you've gained visibility into the security state and had the controls in place, the best policies for the organization that you've defined, there is still more to be done. Security management solutions from Microsoft can help you enhance the organization's security through built-in intelligence and also the recommendations that we provide, right? So that's the bottom line here, because it's an endless story, right? You keep building security based on the security posture that the business needs and also the attack surfaces that the business wants to address. But these attack surfaces will keep getting exploited, right? New ones keep getting added. You need to do this as a continuum, as a sustenance with the customer. So that's where these recommendations are important, right? As new threats gets evolved, as new threats gets detected and we understand how to mitigate them, we'll provide those intelligence back to you, telling that, hey, I identify this as a limitation in your environment, and this is my recommendation to patch that. Right? So basically, this one was on the identity side. Again, the identity protection solution that we have, that will constantly keep providing insights, basically identifying new users who become a victim of, let's say, an attack, right? And providing that recommendation that this user should also be added to the risky sign-in users or risky users policy that you've created. I'll show you in the demo part of it, but just for your understanding, this is what recommendations provide as part of the identity. And then from the devices side of it also, right? The security center will continuously tell the recommendations in terms of what kind of controls, let's say a VM or a blob storage needs to have, and what kind of score or security score it already has today, right? And what kind of improvements that you can do to kind of improve that security or secure score, basically. That's on the devices, and then from finally on the application side of it. There are a few ways to help harden the security posture, basically. The first is the security and compliance center. As I said, it's one single stop for anything security for Office 365, right? So basically, all it does is, based on the ML that we have inbuilt into our services, Office 365 interprets some of the signals from the usage of some services and the data that customer has, right, to help provide a better protection, right, the information specifically for that tenant itself, right. Here the data that you see, one is the Office 365 secure score, right. Many of you as partners would have gone and done this assessment or continues to do these assessments with the customers today, where you are going and telling the customer that, hey, Mr. Customer, let's open your Office 365 secure score and see what is the current score as per Microsoft, right. This is a peer-to-peer comparison, right. We are comparing the customer based on their users, identities, devices, apps of a particular industry, compared with a similar company, right? So that's why we call it as a peer-to-peer comparison. A company of the same size, same type, same users, user base, or the number of users have a better score, and this is what you need to do to improve your score. So that's the recommendations that we are giving them, right? So you would have done this in the past, and these recommendations help in improving the security posture, right? Because when we offer our service out of the box, not everything is enabled, right? Services are enabled there, but you need to consume them. To consume them, you need to do certain activations, right? For instance, MFA, right? MFA is not turned on automatically for everybody, because we do not know who those identities are and how can we turn on those MFA for those identities out of the box. So when those identities get created, let's say an administrator account is created, then there is a recommendation that we give telling that, hey, since you've created an administrative account, you need to do this. You need to add, make MFA default for this administrative user, right? Because this is a business sensitive user, and sensitive because this user has an elevated privilege. So give them an MFA or enable MFA for them, right? Access reviews. Basically, we tell them that, hey, you have so many accesses that are enabled for services. Do you have a access review that is created? No. If not, go ahead and do that. That will give you a visibility of how resources are being consumed. So these are some recommendations that I was referring to. And finally, on the infrastructure side also. So again, we are going to harness the power of machine learning. Azure Security is going to provide that guidance and recommendation that will definitely help strengthen the security posture of the infrastructure. Right? Again, infrastructure that we are that gets hosted from the Azure cloud. So basically, when Azure Security Center also identifies some of the potential security vulnerabilities, it creates a recommendation, again, a guidelines telling that, hey, guiding the customer basically to go through the process of controlling the, or rather creating those controls basically to mitigating those vulnerabilities, right? So as I said, maybe the screen grab is pretty old. We are kind of deprecating the OMS. And very soon you will see the Azure Security Center, the analytics basically that we have. So that will take precedence here, while some of these will sunset, and then the precedence will also go into the Azure Sentinel, which is our SIEM services. Okay, so we saw this even earlier. So finally, now if I have to just kind of give you a summary of whatever we discussed earlier. The intelligent security graph, which we are now going to use in kind of providing that visibility, control, and recommendation, it's all coming from the basic entities of the business, the identity, device, apps, and data, right? That's the bottom line here. And how our intelligent security graph is growing, evolving for a period of time. So basically, this slide is super important because this is where you're going to tell the customer that how Microsoft is doing the security services offering, right? How is Microsoft able to detect that there is a linked credential, right? How is Microsoft able to detect that the user sign-in is coming from an anonymous IP, or from a unknown location or a new location, right? How is Microsoft able to do that? It's able to do that because of Intelligent Security Graph. So taking all these signals from the myriad of platforms that we have, we generate those signals. So those signals will be readily consumed in the form of an API also that is available. So the Intelligent Security Graph is that service which goes and percolates or enlightens every single service that we offer, right? Every single service will have the same intelligence basically, and it knows that what kind of a remediation or a visibility or a control it has to provide for the businesses to ensure that the security posture is always intact. This exactly is how the services will fit in. From an identity standpoint, definitely is the Azure Active Directory. And then from the devices standpoint, it's the Windows Defender or the Security Center. The Office 365 Security Center, Compliance, Security and Compliance Center, I'm sorry, that provides the visibility, and of course the Cloud App Security enhances the visibility to the cloud. And then the infra side, it is the Azure Security Center. So this is where you can get started. We'll be sharing these contents with you shortly, so probably you will know where you have to go through once you have the access to this content. So the resources are available here for your offline view. Now, and the overall offering, basically just want to take a small dig at what is our complete offering basically. Microsoft kind of invests in these four focus areas, right? If I have to kind of pivot it, the four focus areas would be one, identity and access management, and that's where whatever you're seeing underneath identity and access management are the services that you enable, the Azure Active Directory, conditional access, the Windows Hello, and the Windows Credential Guard. And of course, the threat management, information management, and security management. These are the other focus areas where you will see a lot of services that are available. While for this conversation, since we were talking about the security management, in fact, and also on the identity protection, probably those are the two areas as you can probably do the comparison here. The first pillar and the last pillar is where you will see our conversation today completely focused on, right? Also, why this is important, the GDPR was definitely something was a sensation last year, because a lot of European Union companies, or rather businesses who are providing services and or products or services to the European Union had to comply to this. But I wanted to give you a context to it, because it's not just limited to GDPR, right? Because of the lack of naming convention, what we will have for the India specific GDPR, we'll think more of it from, let's say, what is the privacy regulation that India government is also going to set up pretty soon, right? Which every business will have to comply to. Our India-based privacy regulation will also be more or less like GDPR, because GDPR has always been, or any regulation that's come out of European Union has formed the baseline which other countries have kind of adopted to. So it's important that you also start thinking around these lines, right? Because end of the day, privacy will mandate for certain things, right? How do I protect my identities? And then if there is a breach, what kind of visibility that you can have, and then what kind of controls do you have in that scenario? Are you able to identify that within 48 hours of that incident happening? If not, there is a big penalty and all of that, right? So think from those lines what kind of offerings that we can start already looking into, given that the India Privacy Law